And with a push of the button, we are live to Twitch. Hello, everyone. Welcome to session 27, I believe it is, of Land Beyond the Mist. We have a brand new party ready to head on out and explore some mountains, I think. But before we get to that, I want to start kind of how we always do, going around the table and introducing our characters and ourselves for those that, haven't been around and seen them before. And to do that, we have a brand new character beyond the mist. Ari, why don't you introduce yourself and the character you brought to the table and let us know a little about him.
Hey, what's up? I'm playing Duval. He's a warlock who's come to the Land Beyond the Mist to pretty much write stories about the adventurers and just kind of record the any findings of the area. Yeah, that's pretty much.
That's pretty much it.
I would have thought of something more extensive, but that's it for now.
That's it for now. Well, that is exciting. I am looking forward to see what adventures you managed to write down about. Welcome to the table. Why don't we move over to Leova and introduce us to Darian once again, in case anybody has missed out on his heroics out in the mist. Oh, I think he might be frozen in time.
Seems that way.
Okay, well, while we wait on him to maybe come back, Palladian, why don't you reintroduce us to Seam? I got it right, okay.
But are you sure you got it right, Greg?
No,
really
yes,
sure?
yes, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I'm Palladian. I will be playing Seam once again. And, he's excited, doing something a little different. Instead of heading off towards the old manor for the 15th time, he's instead going to go the other direction and hopefully find some dragons, some other cool stuff.
Ooh, looking for dragons.
Yeah, dragons.
Okay. Well, that should be interesting. We have lost Leova. Okay.
I'm still in the right spot.
You're still in the right spot? Excellent. Well done. We've only lost the top 3. Hey, you know what? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Looks like Leova is back in Discord, so we'll be pulling him in. Oh, he's trying to fix it. We'll be trying to pull him in shortly. To give him some time, why don't you introduce your new character? Yeah, it's brand new, isn't it?
Yes, totally. I am Darcy. You can find me on twitch.tv/DarcyBits. And it's my third session, second character. So I will be playing Tia, no last name given, who is a young woman, probably like only 18 or 19, who was sent here looking for dragons. And I could talk a ton about stupid backstory stuff, but you don't know any of that, so why should I tell you? But I think probably just barely over the mountains, like just barely into the Land Beyond the Mist, like probably not even reached Farfield Keep yet, she started to like grow these draconic scales beneath her skin. Because I didn't know I was going to be playing a 3rd level character when I designed her. She now has a level of draconic sorcerer, so that was going to be the twist, but oops, it's here now. It's already there. Yeah, she's here looking for dragons for lots of reasons, which I don't know if anybody wants to look at my character sheet and read my personality traits. It's all in there, but you got to find it yourself.
All right.
Seems excited.
It looks like Leo's maybe whole internet died, according to him. So that could be unfortunate. That's quite a start here for us. I was hoping that we could just jump back in and play right away. Shall we try to press on, or do we want to try to wait for Leo here?
Would we be able to do something along the lines of, like, maybe travel for the day, and then when he hops in, oh, there he is.
Is he back? Oh, thank goodness.
Oh.
Problem solved. No, he's not back? I don't see him.
No, he's not here yet. Would that be amenable to you, Greg, if he can get it fixed in the first
Why not? Okay. I'm I'm gonna message
heroic.
Apollo here because I see him chilling in the Discord. And while I got an aha from Leo. Maybe we don't need to.
Listen, man, the donkey was just being unruly. He had to
The
get
donkey was
saddled.
very
He
unruly.
wasn't feeling it.
Yeah.
You would think it'd be easy to put barding on a camel. You would be wrong.
I don't think anybody thinks it's easy to put barding on a camel. Like,
That's top
if
it on
there
the
is-
hump and it just settles in.
if there is anyone that thinks that barding is easy to put on a camel, I would be surprised. The only thing anyone knows about camels is that they are unruly and spit, right? Like, that is the top two of two things people know about camels.
By put barding on a camel, you just mean have the camel carry the barding, right? Yeah.
Right.
Does camel really even need barding? Nobody will approach it willingly.
Wow.
Alright, it sounds like he is still messing with the dingle-dongle of the internet. So, let me get a message in here. We'll try to just fix our cameras for the moment.
Okay.
I love fixing cameras just to refix
refix them? Yeah, I know.
Mhm. Yeah. By the way, my good friend Ari, you have 2 castings of Find Familiar.
Oh, really? Wait.
I just bought those for you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Oh, perfect. Duval will drink to celebrate in the tavern.
Very, very cool.
Do-do-do.
Ho ho. What's this?
This is Apollo Nick, aka American Nick. he's actually replacing British Nick.
Amazing.
So it sounds like Leo unfortunately does not have a reliable connection. So we're going to call an audible here and get a ringer in. We're bringing in the games master himself. From over on Koibu's channel. So, do you have a character that you're ready to play?
Nope. All of my Deadly Dungeon friends have been asking me to create a character and join a party, and I've just been so busy since Deadly Dungeon and a little burnt out, to be honest. So no, I don't have a character. I don't know if Leova is okay with me playing his character. I can whip something up really quick. Whatever we need.
Totem Barbarian.
Great. I love barbarians.
I would hate to put Darian's Morning Glory in somebody else's hands. So
tell you what, if you want to duplicate the character, I will play Paya the Barbarian, a young boy a la Gon from Hunter x Hunter. Who gets really angry when people attack his friends or insult them.
All right.
Okay, well, on that note, we're taking the doll now.
I will need a Roll20 invite, though. Is that public?
It is public. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. That is okay. We will get you sorted in here momentarily. So you want me to duplicate a character sheet for you?
And I will get you a token.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, I feel like I'm slacking now. Apollo's been on for a sum total of 3 minutes, has a token. I've been playing for weeks on end, and I just haven't done it.
Hey, you have a very nice generic token. So you are going to have a duplicate of not a barbarian playing a barbarian, so that seems pretty good.
Wait, no, that doesn't work. Darian by default has like 12 strength.
What is my weapon? What do I have here?
Let me see. Duplicate. Copy of Darian. All right, so for today, you will be copy of Darian Morning Glory.
Oh, evil twin.
Evil twin, yeah.
Or are you the good twin? I don't know Darian well enough.
You can tell I don't play on the player side very much because I don't even know if I'm able to upload a token or if I need.
I think you have to give it to me.
Okay.
You could just be the token that's on the copy here. Okay. And that will
doppelganger on her hands.
And we'll just pretend there's a little mustache on him.
Sounds good.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right. Are you in? Can you see the copy of Morning Glory at the top of the character list there?
Copy of Darian Morning Glory.
All right, that's you. For one day only, we have an evil twin.
Nice.
All right.
Okay. What archwizard got drunk and cast the cloning spell?
I'm pretty sure doppelganger's confirmed in the setting.
Oh, you already know that there was doppelgangers beyond the mist.
Am I going to be a shadow clone in that, like, after I get hit and disappear like Naruto, all of my experience is going to transfer over to the actual real Darian?
Maybe. We'll figure that out.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Awesome. So you are familiarizing yourself with your character. The rest of you have met who you believe to be your fourth party member, but he's wearing this strange mustache, and you are gathered around the oaken table inside the Cloak and Stagger. As we always start our missions out, you have come together and chosen to investigate eastward towards the Golden Hills, towards the Pale Steps and the rhythmic beating of Dworkin's Forge therein. Before you head out on your quest, what, if anything, would you like to do in town? Are there any preparations that the four of you would like to make?
I think we did all our preparations beforehand, unless there's anything we need for our new friend, old friend, I'm not sure.
Our new old friend?
I walk up to my good friend Ari and I say, hand him a cistern and some coal and say, summon a friend. We don't have time out in the mist.
Okay. Wait, do I have to add that to my inventory?
No, that's what's your familiar?
Oh, okay, yeah.
We want him out now instead of later.
Yeah, how do I cast spells? Do I just click on the character sheet?
You can, right? From the character sheet itself, there should be a tab that says spells, and if you click on that, the spells that you have listed in there should be highlightable, and you can click on them and they will cast. For this particular case, you are attempting to find a familiar for your warlock, and you spend the gold worth of charcoal and incense and herbs, and you burn this brass brazier. The flames of your warlock patron summon forth to you a creature to be at your beck and call. What is the creature granted to you by your great patron?
I think probably a raven. I think.
A fine choice. A black bird emerges from the flames as they die down. The smoke swirls around it, and a great beady-eyed raven flies its way up to your shoulder, bound to your beck and call. It is a creature that you can command on your turn to do various things and help you explore the mists. Feel free to read through the spell as need be. You have a few experienced players here that can also help you out if you have questions about how to use it. Excellent! With a mighty raven called forth from the ether, it sounds like you are ready to head out with a mysterious mustachioed stranger in tow.
I have one question.
Sure.
Ari, you seem like the only man that can answer this question. What is the difference between a raven and a writing desk?
A raven and a what?
A writing desk.
A raven and a writing desk.
If you don't know it, it's not funny.
Okay. I missed it. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a very specific reference. It's not like a play on words or anything. Like, yeah.
Is it an Edgar Allan Poe reference? Like, am I feeling really dumb for not getting this?
Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, see, here's the thing with Alice in Wonderland. I only have read one of the books, and only, like, halfway, before I just, like, got bored and stopped. I am much more familiar with the film adaptations of Through the Looking Glass.
Yeah.
It's fine.
All right.
Seems to look very sad and then proceeds to leave the city for several days.
Yeah.
All right.
Duval will make a note of that joke and
Puts away her disguise.
he'll consider it.
Very good. All right. So, as you make your way out on your adventure, I will need one of your party to act as navigator for the crew, who, at least on this first day, will be acting as navigator. All right.
I got it.
You've got it. Seam steps forward. Seam, what I will need from you is to tell me your intended route for travel in the day and the pace from which you would like to do it.
Straight path towards the Dworkin's Forge.
All right. Cutting your way straight north and east towards Dworkin's Forge. What pace will you be traveling?
Fast today, right, guys?
Yeah, let's go fast.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, we make sure to have water for the day. Try to make sure we collect to fill our water skins before the day, just in case.
No, you do not get to bypass my rules that way, but nice try.
Well, damn.
You go at a fast pace. You are essentially a ranger going through your favorite terrain as you are going out into the hills. So please make me a navigation check. I will take survival wisdom unless you have another skill that you would like to use to your navigation for the day. Your DC will be 10 for your first days of travel.
Okay. And we're going fast, so advantage and disadvantage cancel,
Correct,
right?
correct.
Fantastic.
Greg, can I have my familiar kind of circle around as we're traveling, just to, and then kind of order it to check back about every hour or so. However, if it does see any, I'm not sure how specific I can be, but if it sees any creatures that are like humanoid or anything like that, to return to me. So just intermittently, I'll just be, just so in case it notices anything we should be aware of.
Absolutely. Seam, go ahead and give me that navigation roll, and then perfect. You pick your way northeast, true to your path, heading straight towards Dworkin's Forge. You pass the first 12 to 18 miles through pasture lands, villages, towns. The Raven is very excited to tell you of every humanoid it sees along the way. A farmer! But eventually you find the pasture lands melting away and hills rising up around you. They range from quite small, knee-high hills, barely even a raise in elevation, to cavernous cliffs that fall and rise high into the sky and deep below you. Seam takes the path through the valleys of these, trying to keep any pack animals away from steep cliffs, keep the path as easy to manage as possible for the party. The ravens circle about, returning back and speaking of things it sees and spies outside in the juniper. As I roll up potential encounters here for your day, tell me, what is travel like for the four of you as you make your way through the Gold Hills for the first time to this session?
Tia is loud. She is excited to be out and looking for dragons, and she goes on and on about like how awesome dragons are and how like cool you would be if you were a dragon. And like at first it's like kind of grating, but there's like this passion behind the words that like, even if like the actual substance of what she's saying is kind of ridiculous, there is like a gusto there and like a burning desire for adventure. And I'd actually like to use a feature. I took the feat Inspiring Leader. You can spend 10 minutes inspiring your companions, shoring up their resolve to fight. When you do so, choose 6 friendly creatures, up to 6, which can include yourself, and they all gain temporary hit points, equal to my charisma modifier plus my level, so that's 7 temporary hit points for everybody.
Ooh, very nice.
That's enough of a roleplay for that, or?
Oh, absolutely, yes. You fill your companions' minds with tales of dragons and just how effing cool they are.
But does that include the Raven?
I think Darian, I'm looking at all of my character sheet, my newly inherited one, and Darian walking with his camel that is a beast of burden, Theodore. He's like patting Theodore, brushing his hair and neck, and speaks of his great, powerful warrior ancestors who they themselves are said to have ridden on dragons. And I think I will aid in this in recanting a tale of one of my ancestors and their adventures riding on a dragon.
Oh yeah, Tia is so into it. Like, what? Really?
Awesome.
It's amazing.
Of course, yes. Those who serve to bring justice to those less fortunate are said to have made friends with these dragons of old.
That's gonna
and
be
aid
neat.
them. Indeed.
Like hikes up this like cloak that she has that's patterned with like dragon scales on the outside. Yeah.
Very nice.
Perhaps you too one day will ride a dragon.
That'd be cool.
I think Duval will, as this is happening, just kind of ask questions. He's very curious about dragons. He's kind of intrigued at the possibility of potentially meeting one, writing about it. So we'll just be asking questions as they're talking about his ancestors who rode dragons once. He'll be kind of thinking to himself, "Oh, this will make a good story." Just embellishing little things, making it more and more outrageous throughout.
I think the story I share is already like hugely embellished, so if you want to just take whatever my character shares,
Duval does not care. He is going to embellish even more. He's got to sell some copies of those books.
Excellent, excellent. As you are sharing these stories of dragons and generally having a grand old time as you march through the hills, the Raven returns on its hour-long quest through the hills, and it comes squawking to you about a enormous human, bigger than it's ever seen, and it is to the south of you, south and maybe a little east, down below a cliff. It says there's fire and big animals. This thing is doing something to them. Maybe it's eating them, but I didn't see it eating, and it tells its tale of this giant human. It's nearby, it says, probably no more than a few minutes walk should you want to go to it. What do you make of this information?
Can my familiar communicate with other party members, or is it just kind of a one-to-one?
It is a communication with you. It is telepathic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just I'll kind of stop the party and say, friends, my familiar has told me of potentially a giant at a cooking fire to the south of here, not too far. I would recommend we prepare for that.
That sounds.
Why don't we just avoid it? What's the point? That's not a dragon.
However,
no, we've got a mission.
Dragons are natural enemies of giants, are they not? Who would better know where to find a dragon if not their enemy?
Duval is intrigued at the possibility of a dragon versus giant battle. That would be a fantastic story.
You are
in the back of his mind. He's just considering it.
So we should interrogate this giant.
We should go see what it's doing and go from there.
I do speak giant, or the language of the giants, so I could communicate it with it if we would like to.
Yeah. Tia also speaks some giant words in just like to show that she can. Something like, I don't know.
Large.
Giants.
Yeah, you got it. There we go.
Giants are known to be fickle in their ways, some kind, some cruel. Well, less kind and more of just neutral, but it wouldn't hurt to see if it was up to no good. If it is harming others, I would like to intervene, but if not, we shall be on our way.
I've heard there is quite a use for giant hair. The enchanters back in town. Something that might be used in shoring up the strength of one of our members.
You would slay an intelligent creature for its hair to
I would
be
say
strong for a day, or
I would say.
Well, let's hear him out now. How much hair do we need?
If it is a creature of malice and ill intent, we can use its strength and further shoring up our own resolve.
I will not deny you spoils of battle, but
I will
if
not.
the creature bears no ill intent to us or to any others, then we should leave it alone.
Then perhaps it'll offer its hair willingly. Let's go.
Well, there we go.
All right. The four of you follow the Raven's cues, leading your party to the south and to the east. You find yourselves coming to the edge of a large kind of cliff leading its way down into a valley below you. And from there, you spy this scene in front of you. There is indeed an oversized humanoid, but a giant it is not. It is a half ogre sitting around what has to be the smallest campfire for a large-sized creature ever. Nearby him are two giant antelope that have had their heads caved in as if by a massive club. Their carcasses sit nearby on either side of the half ogre, as it painstakingly is tearing the fur off of the nearest corpse and using it to stoke the flames of its nearby fire.
How tall is this cliff?
This cliff is roughly 20 feet tall.
Cool.
This is quite the grotesque scene. Can't believe hair is such a useful natural resource.
So they don't seem to have much, judging from this distance.
Why doesn't it have a knife? We should give this thing a knife and make its job easier. Maybe it'll be willing to talk with us.
My ranger friend, I don't know if we should be giving the half ogre a knife.
I don't think it's gonna mean. I don't think a knife's gonna make it any more deadly.
I mean, you say that now, but
dude, those arms are as big as your torso. I don't think it has any issues with killing.
I'm gonna go talk to him.
All right.
Stay on top of the cliff, please.
Yeah, I'll stay up here.
Okay.
I'll walk over to the edge. Probably not that close, because, I don't want to explode.
Not exploding is a good plan. I agree.
Yeah, and if you're next to cliff edges, you explode. That's how that works.
It is known.
I will switch to giant, and my voice gets a lot lower, and I sort of try and well up as much gravitas and I am a force to be reckoned with kind of style to my voice, as I am just hail there.
Your voice echoes down the cliffside, reaching the half-ogre below, which immediately spins around in its seated position, a fistful of goat fur, looking up. Ah!
Are you lost?
Oh, tiny one, speak giant words! Oh, you had me very concerned. No, this home!
You're tiny one. You're down there. I'm up here.
But you so small! I almost miss you!
I throw out my cloak to make myself look bigger, like I'm trying to intimidate a bear or something.
He nods in approval. Good! What you want? He throws some more fur on the fire. We're looking for dragons! Why?
I hope I'm not blowing out the mic. Why?
Yes! Why look for giant? Seem bad.
Dragons are the most noble of creatures! And I go on the exact same tirade again.
It gains 7 HP.
Yeah, if he lets me talk for 10 minutes, he'll get 7 HP.
I think that he lets you talk for, a solid minute before you noticeably lose his attention, right? And, he just begins the process of ripping more hair off of this, enormous antelope. Clearly just no longer listening to you.
I will, having stood next to, I'm sorry, what's your character's name?
Tia?
Tia, this entire time in my broad shoulders and chainmail, shield on one arm, and this battle axe of the Minotaur in another, and I will start hitting the axe against the shield to try and draw its attention back to Tia.
Doesn't seem like.
I'll step forward.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll step forward, and I speak giant as well, so I'll call out to him, say, "My friend, I know my companion here might have overwhelmed you a bit with stories of dragons, but of course there is something in it for you. I see that you're quite skillfully shearing that goat. Quite well, I do admit, but what if I told you that there was a way you could shear that goat in twice as quickly with this little thing? And I pull out a dagger, make it like kind of hold it up to the sun, make it look real nice and flashy. Say, if you do have any information on dragons, I would be happy to give you this instrument, and I can assure you, you could take out an entire herd of goats. No goat would be safe. You would quite literally be you'd be taking out every goat.
The banging of the axe on the shield gets his attention as he looks around, and then you begin your speech, and he looks, and you can see him like squinting, and he kind of gets up and looks real close, and he says, "You call that a knife?" And he reaches into like his loincloth and he pulls out a large, like almost scimitar-looking blade to you. He says, "This is a knife!"
I say, hold on now, all right? Sometimes you need a more delicate touch here. See, that is good for killing the goats. But this is a precision instrument. I got it from a dwarf at a tavern who crafted it.
Dwarf blade, right? No good. Bah! No trade.
Listen, if you don't want to
know anything, Duval. Like I try and interrupt Duval, and I do that thing where I'm like talking to someone so that the third party can hear us, and I'm like trying to make them like think we're blowing them off, right? I'm like, oh, he clearly doesn't know anything. There's no use in you know, trying to communicate with them.
That's fair. I'm sorry that he won't be able to experience this.
I don't know. Maybe not.
I think that when multiple people start talking at the same time, the half-ogre just starts looking more confused. And then repeats about the dwarven blade. And then goes back to ripping the hair off of this goat with its hand.
Does he know where water is? Or anything interesting in the area?
I am interesting! I am here!
So is this blade.
Oh my god, he speaks common.
I speak many languages. I speak giant. Many languages.
Forgive me, Tia and fellow compatriot. It does not appear as though the dialogue is going well. Perhaps we should move on.
Lusty makes a good point about the water, though. Where do you call home?
Here! He points, like, over his shoulder. And maybe for the first time you realize that in the shadows of this cliff face is a small cave opening.
Do you live alone?
Had brother, but got killed. Small people with sharp sticks. Stupid brother. Ha 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 ha.
Well, that's awful.
I know, losing to small folk. Shameful display.
Well, yeah, let's just go. Have a good day.
Wait, water. Wait.
He waves back, like antelope fur flowing down over the top of him as he does so.
He didn't know where water was, huh?
No.
Okay, cool. Let's leave.
Seemed nice, though.
Yeah, I like him.
I'm so glad my beast of burden has very little fur. Very uninteresting.
Yeah.
Very uninteresting.
Yeah, I gotta say, I dig the mustache. It really new facet of your character. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It was bestowed upon me by my deity, a patron whose name I cannot find on this piece of paper.
Oh, you have a patron too.
All right. And with that, you leave the half-ogre to whatever it was he was doing and his home alone. And you begin marching your way through the rest of the Golden Hills. Your first day ends without any further encounters or other strange vagaries, and night begins to fall. You begin making camp for the first time out in the hills. As I check for night encounters, what is it like for the four of you as camp falls? Tell me what you are all doing. What is a general camp for you like?
Can we find a cave?
Can you find a cave? How do you find a cave?
I'm well versed in the travelings of mountains, and I can have an idea of where maybe like an overhang is at the very least, and if not, like the general area of like, oh, well, this is granite or something, and because of that, they naturally have usually cave formations because of that. And that's how I would be going about doing so.
All right. Well, you are a ranger in your favored terrain, and that sounds to me like you're describing a pretty standard survival check. So while you are in your last hour or two before sunset, go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check at advantage for your favored terrain. I will maybe give you a DC of 12. And a 13. Just like that, you find exactly what you were looking for. A small overhang in a nearby cliff face that maybe doesn't form into a full cave, but will provide you a decent amount of shelter from the sky above and whatever elements there may be out and about in the evening time.
What's the climate like in this area?
The climate in the Gold Hills is generally pretty dry. It is very reminiscent, perhaps, of maybe like southern Oregon. There is a lot of juniper. I use that because I know you probably know what that's like.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of juniper that grows in this area wild. The big kind of bushes make the basis of the vegetation. There is an occasional tree here or there, but it is largely like a hot, dry climate with large hills that rise up in kind of their rocky hillsides, laced with these kind of small brushes and kind of bushes that hide small game from predators in the sky. You see red hawks circling above, diving down to find rodents and rabbits and the like. The occasional like deer or antelope can be found along cliff sides, munching away on the leaves, tender leaves of the sprouts of these bushes. It's that kind of vibe.
Great.
All right. So you begin your camp for the night. And it is it is Seam. You are keeping watch during the wee hours, and you hear a snuffling outside of the camp. You are in this kind of overhang of the cave. You're kind of peering out into the dark of the night, and while you can't see anything, you hear the sounds of a beast. It has to be pretty large, larger than a dog, probably maybe horse-sized, you would think by the sound of it, and the snuffling and snorting of it reminds you of something sniffing along at the heels of the master, maybe like a dog of some kind. Nearby, what do you do as the rest of the party sleeps and you hear this sound?
Well, give me 1 second. I just have to check something. Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cast Pass Without Trace. My new spells.
Okay.
And I'm going to have it affect all of my party members. And a veil of shadow and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from protection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including myself, have a plus 10 bonus to stealth checks, and I can't be tracked except by magical means.
Excellent. You spread around your ashes, call forth the power of nature, and you cloak your party in a magical veil. As you wait, you hear the snuffling and snorting grow closer, and eventually you can peer out from this overhang. And you see what must be a strange sight. It is a large, oversized, probably 10-foot tall humanoid covered entirely in fur, with a long, distended snout that reminds you of a dog. It is crouched down as if going to be on all fours, with its snout-like nose on the ground, sniffing along. As you peer out from the overhang, you are quite certain that it does not smell or notice you, as your magic has protected you and your party. But you get this full view of it in the moonlight as it is passing very close, within probably 15 foot of your encampment.
I would like to slowly awaken my party.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, using some of the stray parchment we have between a couple of our characters, right ambush, question mark? And then to see if I get the head, where the head shakes lie on that.
All right. The three of you are gently nudged awake, a parchment thrust in your face. Ambush?
I can't read this. It's dark.
You don't have dark vision? Oh, no.
Oh, wait, do I have dark vision? I'm a half-elf. I must have dark vision.
I have...
Yes, I have dark vision. I can read this. Pardon me. My eyes.
I think warlocks can,
Things a little fuzzy when I wake up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think warlocks can send, like, one-way telepathic messages. Is that... So,
You can. You have the great old one, so you can.
Yeah, so I'm gonna... If anyone has trouble reading it, I have a half-elf so I can see it, and then I'll just kind of shoot them a...
All right.
Text, I guess.
Everybody gets a warlock text, like,
yeah.
Yo, what's up? Also, ambush?
Yeah.
I can't hear you. It's too dark in here.
Tia is giving a negative, like, she doesn't see the benefit. However that's conveyed.
Can I like shoot over another thought text?
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to interrogate this creature or simply kill it? Because I have the means to disable it for a period of time if we would like to ambush it.
Iris Wright, werewolf, not much of a talker.
Yeah.
Okay. Tia's going back to sleep.
Cool, I guess that's that.
Okay. After some tense communication, the party rolls over, goes back to bed, and the magic of your Pass Without Trace lasts long enough that this strange, foul creature leaves your camp well alone, seeking prey somewhere else, and does not disturb the party. So, you have completed a full day's worth of travel in the mists. You have moved at a fast pace for the day, so you are not going to get a roll for food. I need all of you to mark 2 pounds worth of rations for your day, as well as the appropriate feed for whatever pack animals you've brought with you. However, I will have you roll to see if you have found water to place in your water skins. So
I will be casting Goodberry. Take care of the food issue.
Oh, okay. As a point of order, let me know of that.
I apologize. No,
beforehand. But yeah, chilling.
Yeah.
So instead of marking the 2 pounds of rations, good berries popping off. Everybody has enough food. Good berries don't give you water, though, right?
No.
And so I want everyone in the party to give me foraging rolls at disadvantage for your fast pace. Your DC to forage for this first day of travel, seeing as you did not hit the Golden Hills proper until partway through the day, will be DC 10.
Cool.
Foraging rolls, I will accept survival wisdom as a base, unless you have a different skill you would like to argue.
Does Goodberry have the usual, like, you produce 10 and they last for 24 hours?
It only lasts for a day as to not
Yeah.
Right, so I wasn't sure if you could go over 2 days, that's what I'm saying. Because it's 5 one day and then 5 the next day.
Nope.
That's 1 day.
I would like to just have it, since it only lasts 24 hours.
That's right.
I see your logic, and it does, like, in a min-maxy sort of way, right? Like, cast it at midnight, eat 5 the next morning, right? But, like, just in a, like, make it clean kind of way, I'd like it to be, like, one good berry spell gives 1 day worth of travel.
Cool.
He's already generous with it. I'd rather not.
Yeah, totally.
Alrighty. Apollo, I'm going to need that roll at disadvantage.
Hey, Greg, I marked down 4 days worth of rations. I'm not sure what that is in pounds, though.
So the number, each day's worth of rations is 2 pounds.
Okay, perfect. I'll change that.
Perfect. All right. So each of you are successful in filling your water skins. Everyone is happy and healthy. They have enough food to eat. They have enough water to drink. And you wake up the next morning raring to go. You complete a night in the mist. If you had taken damage, you may spend any number of hit dice in your pool to regain HP. You're allowed any spells and class features associated with a long rest in the player's handbook. And so we are in the morning of the next day. Seem, are you going to continue as navigator for the party?
Yes.
Alrighty. So I will need an intended route for the day's travel, as well as a pace from you.
Keep going straight through, and then am I allowed to know the DC for navigation in this area?
Yes, indeed. The navigation DC in the Gold Hills is 15.
Okay, so we're gonna go down to a normal pace to get rid of that disadvantage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
And yep.
I'll double check that.
Right?
Oh, I'm thinking of this.
Yeah. So normal pace and then advantage because Outlander. So there you go.
All right, excellent. You begin leading the way unerringly, picking your way through the valleys of the Gold Hills, much like the day before, and leading your way eastward through the Gold Hills. So it is not long into your day, perhaps about noontime after your travels the day before, that you come across a interesting boxed gulch in front of you. Amongst the hills, you come across like this edge of a cliff that drops some 60 feet downward into said gulch. It stretches out in front of you into the mountains. The gulch, roughly 30 feet or so wide, stretches some 20 miles out into the distance in front of you. The eroded cliff sides have become perches for large birds of prey. You can see swooping down into kind of tall grasses and junipers that fill the gulch. And as you do watch this happen, you can see the glitter of gold amongst the bushes and grasses and stones below you. Tell me, do you take this path through the Boxed Gulch towards the mountains, or are you going to take your time to avoid said gulch?
I can make sure we avoid any trouble from overhead through one of my spells. We can get through, collect treasure as we go, and should be able to avoid most issue.
Tia's observing from up here whether or not there's anything that, like you mentioned birds and stuff. Is that all I'm really seeing from this position?
Why don't you give me a perception check as you watch the cliff sides for anything other than the large birds of prey?
15?
On a 15, you will notice that there are largely just big birds upon the cliff sides. You don't see anything of particular note amongst them. They range from the kind of red hawks that you see in the kind of rest of the Gold Hills to kind of much bigger birds. They seem to be probably eagles or falcons of some kind with wingspans that stretch probably 5 or 10 feet at the most as they hunt down into the gulch below.
Does any particular treasure catch my eye? Like it's just pieces of gold?
From the distance that you are at, you don't see any specific treasure, but the glint of gold is obvious through the kind of near noonday sun as it glints back up at you.
How deep is the gulch from if you were like standing at the edge of it?
So the cliff drops some 60 feet down into the gulch, so it's about 60 feet below you, and it stretches some 20 miles out towards the mountains.
So what we could do, if we want to just take a minute, is that I can cast my spell and it can last for up to an hour. Mm-hmm. We could tie this off, head down, collect for half an hour or so, and then either choose at that point either to continue on if we feel it's safe enough, or we can head back up and then circumvent.
Yeah, there's no like way down other than like rappelling down. As far as we can.
You're gonna do some amount of climbing down into this gulch. Yeah.
How's my climbing? Not bad.
There are many mouths that could be fed with that much gold.
Mm-hmm.
She is doing that thing where she thinks this is like a stupid idea, but also like has that like animal brain instinct of like shiny thing. I want it.
Yeah, got that dragon greed going on.
Oh yeah, it's one of my personality traits.
I think Duval is very nervous about this because this just seems too good to be true.
It's illusion.
So he will, if possible. So like we're at the edge of this gulch and it's about 60 feet down. So we're going to have to like climb down essentially, right? Is it possible that, I'm not sure how this would work, but if we could climb down about halfway-ish until I'm about 30 feet away from a pile or a piece of gold or something noticeable, and I'd like to cast Mage Hand to try to just pick up a piece of wealth and just see what happens.
Sure.
If the birds react or anything crazy.
So I think climbing down into this gulch does not require too much of a roll. Despite it being a cliff face, it has many rocky outcroppings, brush lining the side of it. You can make your way down without it. I think if you want to hang halfway down the cliff and cast your incantations of magic to pull something up, I will want an athletic strength check from you. I will call it DC 12 to hold on to the cliff side.
Well, what we can do is we can tie you to a rope and then just like lower you down to make it to have your hands free, because you can just push off against the wall.
I suppose that. Yeah. Do you have a rope to tie around and rappel him down with?
I have 50 feet of rope.
Perfect.
I'll also just mention to the party, friends, I would like to test this to see if those birds are up to anything.
I mean, they most assuredly are. That's why I can cast a spell to keep us hidden if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, that would actually come in handy. I was just going to let my party members know to ready an attack or just make note of the area and just be wary, as I'm not going to be able to do much of anything except, well, I could blast them, but all right.
Yeah.
Oh, leave them alone. If you bother them, they'll want to bother us.
Darian, how are
my friend? I've never met a bird I liked. All right, I've got a score to settle.
Yeah, Darian, how are your ranged capabilities? Would you be willing to hold the rope for our friend while I provide ranged support?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry. No, that wasn't me. I didn't recognize the name Darian meant me.
Sorry.
What was your question?
Sorry, Nick. How are you at ranged? I am specialized in it. Would you be willing to hold the rope, like to lower that already down, so that if something comes to attack them, I can blast it out of the sky?
Sure. I'll throw my axe into the ground and take the rope from you and begin to tie it around Theodore's pack. And like to begin lowering you down, I just like start leading Theodore forward towards the gulch cliff, and you just descend. And I go, just shout when you want me to stop.
Excellent. You have the camel lower your friend down the cliffside about 20-30 feet until you get within your mage hand range. You keep a careful eye upon the birds on the cliffsides. You see a few of them dive, but not towards you. They come back up out of the gulch with rabbits in their talons. You begin to cast your incantations as you dangle from a rope all down this cliffside. Your mage hand reaches out, just fishes around 30 feet below you, and it becomes back, wielding a golden coin between its magey fingertips. As it comes back to you, you see that it is a golden coin that is oversized for the coinage that you would have from the royal guards or from back home. It probably is about 2 1/4 sizes larger than the coins that you see. And imprinted and emblazoned upon the front side of this coin as it's held aloft in front of your eyes is a big bearded dwarf with multiple braids running down it, and a hammer like in the background.
Is there like a big red tree nearby, by chance, in this area?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make note of that. Just stash it in a pocket and then call up to be hoisted back up.
Okay.
While I lift you, do all that you can to look unappetizing. Come, Theodore.
I can't help it.
Yeah. Darian, a wild beast approaches behind you.
All right. The camel raises your companion back up the cliff, dangling by the rope until he once again is on top of the cliffside with the rest of you.
Well.
Yeah, Teal will run over and take a look at that coin. Inspecting it.
Yeah. It is a finely made golden coin. It is emblazoned with this unknown dwarf, a big hammer on the back. The back side has some dwarven runes upon it. If you can read Dwarven, it's pretty standard stuff. You know, in Murden we trust, and you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember a story, though the posting has been taken down long ago, of a man whose grandfather was said to have found a great hoard of dwarven gold, and had to bury it before he fled from the mist. This seems much similar to such a thing. I think it might be worthwhile to do the best we can to collect it, especially with it being such a heavy weight.
We have an objective before us to the east. This gold will be here upon our return, should it not wait.
It'd be but an hour of work now for a rather significant gain.
An hour now, but hours of carrying its weight.
Duval.
Yep.
Did you see anything else while you were down there? Anything more specific when you got closer?
No, it seemed that the birds don't seem interested in the gold, thankfully. There wasn't much, just bushes, coins. I would caution...
Crowns or anything like that?
No, I don't believe so. I think coins were the only thing mentioned.
Let's not bother then.
Yeah.
Really?
Petty cash.
I mean, it is quite literally a pile of money sitting on the ground. And we have a rather stalwart and strong beast of burden to carry it for us. When we can seem to collect it without much in the way of issue, it seems foolish to simply leave it.
Is that why you're out here? To make riches?
I like to be able to supply my party to ensure they don't die, and such armor and arms are exceedingly expensive.
I would prefer...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would prefer not to travel further out into the wilderness where there may be bandits or others who might be interested in the gold. Have you heard the saying, them who have shall lose? I'd prefer to claim the gold on our way back, when it will be much safer.
Are we guaranteed to return this path?
That is up
You're
to
the guy.
the navigator.
If he'd like to spend a few... And I'm sorry, Greg, what time of day is it right now?
You have not yet reached noon.
Okay.
The noonday sun will come soon, but as of now, you're still in the morning.
Okay.
If you would like to spend a few moments lining your pockets, I will not object, but Theodore will not be carrying gold, painting a target on his back for the next several days.
I will carry it myself if need be.
I would say if you would like to spend an hour or two going down there and collecting gold, I have no problem I would stay up here and act as just like kind of looking over just to make sure that if anything is down there, we are able to hit it or kind of provide support. I don't see the issue with collecting some gold that we happen upon. We haven't robbed anyone. We haven't stolen this gold. It's just sitting here. The birds don't care. I don't see any moral issue with this. However, it's up to the party, of course. I'm fine staying and collecting a bit of gold. It never hurt anyone.
Very well.
Cool. Anybody else want to come down with me, or am I soloing this?
Well, if we're staying here anyway, I might as well come down.
Fantastic.
All right.
Live that dragon greed.
I'll stay up on kind of the edge of the gulch just to be ready with my Eldritch Blast.
All right.
With
Duval and Darian stay up top and keep a sharp lookout as Seam and Tia descend the cliffside down into the gulch below. Like I said before, it is a pretty easy climb. It requires some climbing from you, but no check is needed as you pick your way through brush and rocky outcroppings down this cliffside, eventually finding yourselves in this, about 30-foot wide Boxed Gulch. The grasses are wild down here and will grow up to about knee height on an average man, and there is wild juniper growing wild here. The ground itself, you will notice upon climbing down to the bottom, is rocky in an unusual way. Quick inspection will show that these are cobblestones that have been broken apart and almost reclaimed by the nature around them. The grasses and the juniper grow up over the top of them. Dirt reclaims them in many places, but the ground itself is clearly laid with cobblestones around you.
Maybe a dryad of some sort has acted on this area?
Could just be time.
Could be as well. I would like to cast Pass Without Trace, just to add some additional protection. Right?
Some additional protection. You once again cast the ashes about you, cloaking yourself and Tia in a magical veil. And I suppose you go about looting and hooting the Boxed Gulch. So you're going to spend how much time here looting and hooting?
Well, I think that depends on how much we're finding. If it's like a seemingly endless pile of wealth, I'd like to push it probably to a full hour and then climb out. If it's something where it's like I'm seeing a greater fortune, I'd probably push forward to maybe closer to 2 hours.
Okay. Absolutely. You spent an hour or more looting and hooting, so I would like each of you to give me an investigation check. What skill do you use to investigate, Seam? Or what attribute do you use to investigate, I suppose, is the more proper 5e way to ask that question.
I think wisdom, right? I'm trying to use, common sense here. This is an area that's civilization. I'm going to look for, the remnants or something of a structure where it would be obvious, okay, here's a building. There should be more gold here. Or, well, I'm seeing a greater glint over there, so I'm going to that area.
Okay, I think that sells me on common sense as wisdom. Please give me a wisdom investigation check.
Okay.
You have a, myriad of DCs, so I won't name just one.
Yeah. Sure. Yep, so let me just do this.
While you're doing that, I think I might as well... Tia is mostly scanning for anything that's out of the ordinary, right? She's overlooking a lot of the actual coins and trying to hone in on anything special. And she also follows Duval's lead and summons her own mage hand, but this one, of course, looks like a dragon claw.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you're doing a lot of observing as well as you investigate. Is this a standard investigation check for you, or is this also more of investigation wisdom?
It's probably investigation wisdom. If I was feeling extra cheesy, I'd ask for charisma.
Charisma from your spell.
That's right.
I
Charm
think
the gold
I
into
think
your
that I
pocket.
will go ahead and say survival, or I mean not survival. Investigation wisdom, please.
Okay. Do I have anything with that modifier? Not. My medicine is. Sure, we'll roll my medicine.
All right.
3.
A 3. All right. Well, we'll hit Seam in a second. But Tia, you spend an hour, picking through these kind of cobblestones, grabbing things with your golden dragon. What kind of dragon hand?
Red.
Red, with your red dragon hand, pulling up golden coins from the pockets around you. You failed to beat a DC, so you will only find 54 gold pieces in your hour.
That is a bigger number than I was expecting.
Oh no, only 54.
Seam.
Are these gold coins, or are these are like these bigger coins?
If you want to be,
I need to know about?
in my notes, I consider them to be 20% additional weight. If you are like close enough that matters. Otherwise, they're just gold coins.
No, I wasn't sure if they were like worth more. Is what I was saying.
I have modified all of my treasure values in this game to be like GP worth of X item. So I guess rather than finding 54 gold coins, you find 54 GP worth of these gold coins.
Love it. Beautiful. Yeah. That is great. That's all I need to know. So that makes sense to me, right? Because she's like kind of going past. She's like picking things up and like moving them aside and not actually like worrying about them and just being like, is there anything under this gold? No, there's not. Okay. Right? Like kind of ignoring most of it, trying to find like something actually specific.
Seem you investigated much more thoroughly. And you reveal, you've spent an hour, you're going through this field, you kind of get farther away from the cliffside. Maybe you try to stay within vision of the people at the top, but you maybe make your way a mile or two into this. And with your investigation, you find amongst these cobblestones, almost partially buried in the ground and almost entirely obscured by juniper, you find what must be a waystone. It clearly has the same kind of dwarven runes that you see upon the coins themselves, and it is cracked down kind of the center and overgrown. And you see beneath this waystone, it has been like almost pulled up by the kind of reclaiming of nature around it and the juniper and the grasses. And you see underneath the waystone a kind of cache of some sort. There is a big leather sack like underneath in a depression in the ground that would have been entirely hidden by this waystone if you had not found it yourself.
You said a waystone. What is that?
A waystone is something that you would place. Oh, you want to know what it looks like, not what it is.
I don't know what it is either.
A waystone is something that you would place on a journey that would like almost like a sign, right? So you would know it to be something that, especially dwarves in this case, would place as like a marker showing the way or showing a path. And I don't know if you speak Dwarven or can read and write the language, but there are Dwarven runes upon it. And underneath it is this kind of burrowed hash. The stone itself is cracked in the center, but it would have been kind of like a 5-sided, almost pylon with these runes upon it.
That's really cool. I take the cash. I mean, there's a big old sack.
All right. You pull open this burlap sack, and inside of it, you find a cask of long expired dwarven ale, a dwarven crafted crossbow, and a quiver of 10 runed crossbow bolts.
Oh, wow.
Alongside of this, you find a small kind of statue of what appears to be dwarven make, but it is of a figure that you are unfamiliar with, and seems to be worth about 100 GP on its own. You, amongst your searches beyond finding this, are able to collect 160 GP of value from the ground.
Fantastic. So you said there's a dwarven crossbow, huh?
Yes.
Dwarven crossbow. That sounds cool. What for mechanically would this be? A light crossbow, heavy crossbow, hand crossbow?
This would be a light crossbow.
A light crossbow. Fantastic. That sounds cool. Okay, cool. Well, I take that. I take my loot, and I think I head back.
All right.
And well, actually, I go real quick. Like seeing this, I go back. I find.
You find one more thing because my notes are in bad order. I'm sorry. I described the crossbow and its stuff before listing another thing. You also find an intact ceramic jug containing a clear liquid like water.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Oh okay. Well, I go grab my my partial dragon friend, and I'm like, hey, do you read Dwarven by chance?
No.
Do you have paper?
Pardon? Paper? Oh
yes.
No.
I holler up to my friend. We got runes. Send down some. Toss me down some paper.
I go over and like look at them anyway, and just be like, I think Dwarven and Giant use the same runes.
Mm-hmm.
Do that thing where you're trying to read a different language that's in the same like.
You're like, I know Spanish, but this Portuguese just isn't quite right. There's something wrong with it.
I have.
So
I go up to it like, no, this isn't Dwarven, this is Giant. It says Tinder. This chick.
Down to hang?
I'll call down to them, and I assume I overhear something along the lines of we found Dwarven runes. I'll call down, I can comprehend Dwarven language, and I have paper, if you'd like me to come down and take a look at it.
Just send down paper, and I can, if you don't want to risk it, you can just send down the paper, I'll write it down real quick, and then you can look at it if you want to save yourself the danger.
Yeah, whatever works. I'll just, I'll kind of like grab a few pieces of parchment, ink and pen, and just kind of wrap it up in a sack and kind of just lower it down to him.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that actually would work, huh? If I had actually like looked at these and was like, okay, this is what it says in Giant. I go talk to my person who knows both Giant and Dwarven. They'd actually be able to translate, probably. That's kind of cool.
Maybe. Like, I think there might be some lost in translation there, but like, roughly.
I will take the time to write everything down and then escape this box canyon.
All right.
Much richer than I was
You get
before.
a parchment and some charcoal or something lowered down to you by your warlock friend and make your way over to this pylon. As Tia and Seem are finishing up their work with this pylon, it is Darian and Duval. You're keeping a close eye out on the goings-on above these cliff sides. And it's probably not immediately apparent to you that something has changed amongst the birds flying along. But as you're watching the shadows of these large birds, something catches your attention. Some of the shadows seem to have human forms as they fly across the canyon side. And as you look up, you see 4 peritons that are circling back and forth across the canyon, one side to the other, and they seem to be closing ever in on your 2 party members from above.
I will look over at Darian and say, it's the goddamn birds.
I will rush to the edge of the cliff and shout down, take cover! The birds! They come for you!
I knew it was going to be the birds.
Not the birds!
Sorry, Greg.
Yes.
Could you describe the monster?
Yes.
Creatures?
So you will know a Periton to look something like. Oh shoot! I had it. Where'd it go? It will look
Deer harpy.
It will look something like this. It is a oversized bird with the wings and talons of an eagle, the antlers of a stag, and the mouth with big fangs. I don't remember the other part of the.
Is it like a jackal or something?
It's a jackal. I think, yeah, something like that.
I thought it was just a deer. Okay.
Yeah, no.
No,
so
they're like sharp teeth.
Yeah, it has fangs. It has the mouth of another creature, and it might be a jackal. And they are about the size of a man. And you see as they fly from one side of the cliff to the other, they cast the shadow of a human form upon the ground below them.
It'd be really creepy if the mouth and cackle was of a hyena.
That would be
just this creature diving down, cackling like a hyena. Fuck.
Yep. How close are I look up, I see this, right? How close are they to each other? Is it all grouped up, or is it kind of like a swarm of them?
Here, why don't I give you some drawing, eh? That seems good. Drawings are fun. So why don't I draw on a map that you can? That's not the map that you can see. Why don't I draw on a map that you can see, eh?
Beautiful.
This is the Boxed Gulch here, vaguely. You have the two of you on the front side of this cliff. Duval and Darian are chilling out over here, and they are watching as Tia and Seam have gone over here. There's this pillar in the ground here, and lots of juniper bushes around it. Woo! Look at my sweet drawing. And on the cliff sides, you can see these Peritons that are getting ever closer. They aren't whoa, they're not struck through. They are getting ever closer to the party, two on each side. They are swooping back and forth across the canyon, right? So they are going from here to here and then this, almost as if they are hunting the canyon, as they are clearly from the view of Darian and Duval to the south of this canyon, making their way ever closer towards the two of you at this pylon.
If we look up, do they appear to have noticed us? Are they heading towards us in any specific way, or just oh?
I suppose they did shout at you. As you look up, you see this same process as they are swooping in your direction, hunting towards you.
Yeah. So they in our direction, not just across our path.
You get the impression that they are essentially hunting on the way. They're I'm going over there, but what's down here while I'm on the way?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had a chance to I guess maybe we could break their line of sight and hide. I don't know, but if they have spotted us, I'm gonna try something different. Unless you want to stop me. Unless you want to stop me right now.
Then you're rogue, right?
I am a rogue, yes.
Is Pass Without Trace ended, Greg?
It has been over an hour as you investigated this.
I can hide in the brush just because I'm a wood elf. If you can hide, the only issue is our two party members.
I'm gonna try my stupid thing.
Okay.
If you want to hide before I get their attention, you should do that.
Okay. I mean, I will, cool. I will attempt to hide.
All right. So you hear the shouts from your teammates at the top of this gulch. Darian is the birds! watch out. You look up, you see these things, and you dive into a brush of juniper. Please give me a stealth dexterity check at disadvantage, but I will still give you your plus 10 for the pass without trace.
Oh, fantastic.
If I make my, like, I'm attracting them thing, can I give them advantage? Or, like, break even?
What do you do?
What I want to do is I, like, step forward, I throw out my cloak again to, like, make myself look big and intimidating.
Ooh.
And I pull this, like, intricately detailed horn that I've been carrying around with me. That's, like, shaped like a dragon's mouth. And I, like, blow into it and make this, like, loud, thunderous roar. And I have expertise in intimidation.
Ooh, okay. You're trying to intimidate these magically evil creatures.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to I'm trying to pretend that I'm a dragon. I'm just trying to like channel the like.
Yeah. I think that will definitely give Seam some advantage to dive in the underbrush. So give me a regular stealth dexterity check, please.
Cool. With the plus 10?
Yeah, that lasts for more than an hour, right?
It lasts for an hour.
Oh,
no, that trace lasts for an hour.
Oh, never mind then. It has been
it's
more
fine.
than an
I got a
hour.
16. That's pretty solid.
All right, you dive into the brush, trying to hide as best you can. A horn blasts out across the fields. You attempt to intimidate these creatures. Please give me an intimidation charisma check as you blow this horn.
Dang it! Oh, that's awful.
11. All right.
Hey, Greg, could I I know he's already rolled, but could I potentially add something to the effect? Like, if I do one of my own spells to kind of like,
what do you do? I was about to ask you what you were doing, so let me know.
I think after I've shouted, "The birds, they're coming for you," I turn to Duval, who's probably already whipping up a spell, and I say, "We must deter them," as I like throw my axe down and go to grab my crossbow and bolt off of Theodore, and we'll join on the next round.
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I'll call out to Darren, just cover me, and then so as he's Tia is blowing the horn, I will conjure up this kind of like earthquake almost where it's shaking. I'm assuming they're kind of perched on the edge of the gulch, or are they still up in the air at this point?
Sure, we can call them perched on the cliff for flavor. Seems good.
Yeah, so I'll as the horn is blowing, I'll kind of set off this minor earthquake where it seems like everything is shaking, just to amplify the effect of the horn going off.
The horn blows and tremors shake the earth around as the intimidation check, I believe, is aided, is what you're trying to do here. You always roll at both advantage and regular, right?
I always just roll both.
Yeah.
If you want me to roll again at flat, I'll do so. But,
no, we'll take your 18. That seems very reasonable to me if you're willing to take an 18. You could try to roll again for higher if you wanted.
I mean, I didn't roll great, but I feel like I should honor the dice and just do what I have there. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. With that, I want everyone to roll me into initiative.
Sweet.
How do I do that on the character sheet?
So if you will click on the token I've given you, which is this kind of white-haired warlock with a stick, so that it's selected, then you can go to the right-hand side where your character sheet is, and when you click on your character sheet, the box in the kind of top right above your current hit points that says initiative, you can highlight that so that the words turn red, and when you click, it will roll from your character sheet.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
You rolled very well.
No problemo. And then I explained all that and forgot to open my own Periton's sheet, so bear with me, sorry. Greg's a dummy. Alright, there is initiative. Let us get this tracker out, and we will go in descending order. So, Duval, you are the first to go after the tremors of your magic spread out. The horn blows, and these Peritons have been slightly intimidated. What do you do as you are the first to take initiative here?
Yeah, do they react in any way, like from that minor amount of time before initiative?
It's hard to tell. You'll probably find out on their turn.
Okay.
Trying to decide how hard I want to go here.
Mm-hmm.
Just have to put some magic.
I will cast Shatter
Ooh.
at the two that are on the right side.
All right. Do you have the range on Shatter to reach that? Probably. Yeah, they're only like 50 feet away. Okay, cool. So they need to make me some Constitution saves, which they will make. The first one will save with an 8, failing, and the second one will save with a 17, passing. So this first one here gets blasted back by your Shatter spell. It actually doesn't. I forgot which spell it was for the moment. But it will take 17 full points of damage, enough to bloody this creature here. You see it almost like fall back on its perch, like blood streams out from its like ears and eyes, as it was clearly quite wounded. The other one seems to be much less taken aback as your like thunderous ringing of magic echoes through the canyon down to the prey and players below. Excellent. Seam. You have dove underneath the juniper brush around you in an attempt to hide. You hear the horn blast and the shatter of magic. What do you do?
Do I see this one?
Sure, why not?
Cool. Okay, so I'm going to roll to attack it, and it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Do they see me? Because I don't know if I have advantage or not.
You are spotted, unfortunately.
Okay.
These
Cool.
all four of them rolled quite well on their perception.
Did you use that
That's
crossbow?
fine. What's up?
Did you use that crossbow? Probably not, right? But you could. You could use a rooted bolt or whatever they were.
How many bolts were there again, Greg?
There are 10 runed bolts.
Cool. Rule of cool. I will do it.
All right, you pull out the dwarven crossbow, load in one of the runed bolts, and fire. Please make me.
Way to identify something.
Please make me an attack roll +1.
Sweet. Okay, and then it's that one, so it's me an additional one on top of this.
Okay.
So normal roll.
Who are you?
Actually,
who are you shooting? By the by, I'm sorry. I got really excited you were shooting my weapon, but like, which one are you shooting?
That guy.
The injured one. Right.
The bloodied one.
Right.
You know what?
Right.
I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling cocky.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use sharpshooter. Take the -5 for the +10 damage.
Oh, okay. Give me that roll.
Fear me. So it'll be a -4 to this.
I'm really scared if it's the. I'm really excited you're firing my weapon because I've cursed
Yes.
the roll. Or
How about a 23, Greg? Does a 23 hit this thing?
The 23 hits. Your bolt comes flying out towards this creature, and upon impact, it erupts in like a forceful explosion.
Yes.
Please roll me regular crossbow damage plus 2d8 force damage.
Okay, so it's gonna be +10 to this, by the way.
Plus 10 for your sharpshooter.
So 8 plus 2d8. Oh, and +1 for that, plus 1 crossbow, right? So it's
Crossbow
9.
does have plus to damage and attack, correct?
Yeah. So 2d8.
it's 11.
Okay, so that is 34 damage.
34 damage! The crossbow bolt explodes, erupting in force right on this creature's head. Where there was a Periton's head a moment ago, the antlers are gone, the fangs are gone, and a headless, lifeless body flops to the ground on the cliff face next to you.
You said it explodes. Is that a one target, or is that maybe
It's a single
an AoE
target.
effect?
It is a single target. It deals additional force damage to a single target.
And you described it hitting its head, so I think Darian's having flashbacks to seeing the half giant just like ripping feathers away from the like completely crushed in skull.
Yeah.
And it's just nauseating.
Okay.
Oh,
and then
dear.
as a bonus action, it's not within range yet. It's too high up. Never mind. That'll be it for now.
That'll be it for now. Excellent. Tia, you have blown your horn. You've felt the ground shake at your mighty magics. And now there is a headless Periton on the left side of you. What do you do?
Oh yeah, I'm emboldened by that, and I just step forward, and I'm going to cast Minor Illusion to let it like a dragon's roar, just all around me, resounding outward, like, do you see what we can do? Right? Like, yeah.
Excellent.
I don't know if I can take a second shot at the Intimidate or not. Maybe I can.
Yeah, why not, actually? One of these creatures just had their head explode, and you just roared like a dragon again. We'll give you another Intimidate check. A 15.
I was going to say, can I give it an advantage for overkilling this Periton?
I think you overkilling the Periton is what is allowing the check in the first place.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, doing a spell, I don't know, instead of just intimidating. There's lots of stuff going on. I don't know.
All right.
But it's a no? No?
The 15 is less than the 18 you had before, but it is now the Periton's turn. And as you unleash the second roar, this Periton here on the left-hand side had failed its check, and it takes wing and flies off away from the canyon, leaving you behind. This one here that is lifeless and dead had failed its check and was about to do the same, but it is now dead. The other two, however, succeeded, and they begin to dive down. Each of them will be making dive attacks, one to each of you, extending their wings and then falling.
Can I try and like get them to attack me instead? Can I like?
You want them both to be on you?
Yeah.
You've given me an intimidation check. I'm going to use that as your DC. Let's see if they are interested in getting. Yes, they are. Both of them will dive bomb you.
You see that? I did that. It was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have the Roll20 screen up over the cams. My brain was like, I'm talking to Darcy. This is what I'm talking to. They will both attack Seam instead.
That's the opposite of what I wanted.
No? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to take credit for what Seam did and have them attack me. That's what I want to do. For all I know, Seam has better AC than me. I have no clue, but this is what I want.
I probably have better AC.
You probably do, yeah.
Yeah, and I have more HP. I definitely have way more HP, but it's whatever. It's fine.
All right, I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna roll a die, and we're gonna have Darcy be evens, and we're gonna have Palladian be odds, and then both of them will go towards one of you.
Duval is amazed that two people in the Gulch are just trying to get eaten.
It is a 6. So it will be Tia who gets both attacks as these creatures fold their wings and dive bomb down upon you. They fly 60 feet, so it is fairly easy for them to make this happen.
Do that die bonus damage.
That they
I've been
will.
here before. I know what this is about.
They make their dive attacks down at you. The first with their gore, their antlers down, trying to smack at you. Boom. Tia, the first attacks you with a 23. Does that hit?
That'll hit.
Alrighty, so you will take 3d8 plus 3. This creature brings its antlers down, goring you for 15 points of damage, and then will follow up with its talons as it attacks. With a 16, will that hit you?
That meets my armor, which means it does hit.
All right, for an additional 10 piercing damage from the first Periton. I assume you're still up?
I am still up.
All right, the second one gores you with its antlers. With a 21, you will take from that an additional 17 points of damage.
Okay, I will be knocked out.
And that knocks you out. Okay. That is the end of Periton turn. You are knocked out for now. Darian,
your turn.
Darian, you see these creatures dive bomb Tia, knocking her down in a single round. What do you do?
Yeah, so in Darian's past, he was super frustrated with the way the corrupt merchants of his hometown were just like taking advantage of people and just really shitty to the community. And in his time, he learned that there are times where you need to fight your opponent, and sometimes bruising them up will be enough to dissuade them. And that's what he was hoping with Duval's spell, that would be enough to dissuade some of these Peritons, especially those on the right. But sometimes, the bully, they don't back down when you punch them in the nose, and you need to go lethal. And so I think all of Darian's reservation about killing creatures is out the window at this point. So he has grabbed his crossbow bolt, or his crossbow and his bolts, and has loaded it, and he's going to take a shot at the one that came from the right side that's already been bruised a little bit.
All right, excellent. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit with those crossbow bolts.
Let's see. Character sheet is just flat out not working. Let me try and reopen it.
Oh no.
That go through?
I don't see it, no.
I will just roll a d20.
Okay.
I have +0 anyway.
Okay, the 17 will hit though, so you're in good shape.
Okay, why does this say 1d8 -2? Is my dex that bad? My dex is that bad.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right.
Not good.
Darian, Darian is a character that is being hard carried by a specific battle axe at the moment.
Fair.
But your crossbow bolt strikes true. You line it up in your sight, and maybe to your surprise, your crossbow bolt flies across the gulch, meeting this creature in its path as it dive bombs down to Tia, dealing 2 points of damage to it.
Duval, do something. We cannot let her die.
With those words echoing in your ears, Duval, it is your turn to act. What do you do?
Well, all right. Can I cast another second level spell? I'm limited to 2 a day, correct?
Yeah, I think you should be able to cast. You haven't cast another one before Shatter, right?
No, not.
Yeah, so you got another one to cast?
Cantrip.
Yeah,
okay. I will try to save Tia, or at least reduce the damage being dealt. And I will cast Ray of Enfeeblement on the... Did you say one of the monsters was wounded, or are they both?
One of them is, yeah. So this one here on the right-hand side, the one the arrow is pointing at, actually, has been hit a couple of times. The one on the left of that has yet to be struck.
Okay, I will cast Ray of Enfeeblement on the one that hasn't been hit at all.
All right. I believe Ray of Enfeeblement requires an attack roll, so go ahead and give me that spell attack.
Sorry, how do I do that?
You should be able to just click on it, much the way you've been casting your other spells from the spell sheet.
And it might be in your might be under your attacks as well. Sometimes the sheet automatically populates it.
Oh, it's not set to make a spell attack. So what I'm going to need from you then, as a warlock, you are a charisma caster. So I'm going to need you to make me a d20 plus 2.
Yeah, you could just use your Eldritch Blast, probably.
You could probably use Eldritch Blast. Yeah, you could just click Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, I'll just do that then.
And that'll be the attack roll for Ray of Enfeeblement.
It should be under your attacks.
Perfect. The 17 hits. So you point your finger, and a black beam of energy springs forth, striking the creature. And you can see that this beast is just enfeebled. Its strength fades. Its feathers gray. Just it looks worse for the wear. We will call it enfeebled with that there.
It was the left one, right?
I think he targeted the... Did you target the left one or the right one?
Whichever one hadn't been hit yet.
Had not
I
been
assume
hit.
That's going to be
Perfect.
staying up longer.
Perfect. You see it just drain itself of strength. Very nice. Very nice. Seam, you see this black energy strike forth at one of the creatures after Tia falls. What do you do?
I will bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on this one.
Okay.
And then I will hit it with... I will once again draw back the mighty dwarven crossbow and take a shot.
All right. You fire another ruined bolt.
Yep, and I will once again use Sharpshooter.
All right.
See, last time it didn't do AoE, but this time it will because there's friendly fire that can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, right? So, and then this will be a -4. So 17.
21, 17. Yeah, that hits for sure.
Okay, so it's 12.
Okay.
And then it's so 13 for the +1.
Okay.
Plus another 8, and then another d6.
Right, Hunter's Mark, yeah.
So 26 damage. Wait, 26 damage, and then plus 10 for Sharpshooter. So 36 damage.
All right. Once again, your bolt erupts, just taking like the midsection of this creature and dispensing of it. An explosion of force damage, feathers and guts just spew forth over the top of your bleeding out friend. But the creature falls dead on the ground. Can you cast Hunter's Mark and move Hunter's Mark on the same turn?
I think it's a reaction, I believe it is, to swap Hunter's Mark.
Because it's a bonus action to cast it.
If not, I can do it next turn. I'll check real quick.
Okay, double check on that for me, and if it's a reaction, we'll move it. Tia, you are bleeding out. Please give me a death saving throw.
Bleh. My death saves there.
All right, that is one success. It is the creature's turn, and
I'm feeling pretty good about this choice. I don't have a clue if you would have gotten knocked out from that or not, but they still would have been on you and like melee. I don't know.
All right, this enfeebled creature will rush up to you, Seam, as you are reloading your crossbow, and it will make its attacks upon you. Its strength is halved, so this attack will be at...
Hold up. It deals a half damage,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but the attack bonus will also change.
Oh, okay.
So this attack will be at -3. Okay. So a 10 will not hit you. And it racks its talons at you, also missing you. And then it continues to fly by back up to the top of the cliffside. At the end of its turn, it will save against the enfeeblement. Succeeding. No longer being enfeebled after this round. Excellent. Darian, you see 2 of these creatures have died. A last one shakes its enfeeblement. What do you do?
I think I'm seeing that my last bolt only just like grazed the wing of this Periton, only for it to be like just completely erupted moments later by my companion, and just seeing their efficacy against the creatures. I think Darian's focus is on Tia, and so I think I will shout a command at Theodore, my camel, to be still. Like the stay command. Like I can tell my dogs stay, and they'll only listen to me half the time. But this war trained camel will obey, and I will begin like climbing down the rope.
Okay.
I need to get to Tia and apply some healing.
All right. You can make it down the full length of the rope in a single round, easy peasy.
Okay. I just want to mention, like, I am not being lowered like all of the others, though. I am like actively having to like.
You're actively climbing down, yeah. But with a rope and the relative ease of this cliffside, you just use double your movement and you get down to the bottom of the cliffside, easy peasy. Okay. All right. Excellent. And so it is Duval. There is a single creature left. It has shaken off your enfeeblement for the time being. What do you do?
I will hit it with an Eldritch Blast.
All right. Please give me that roll to hit.
Oh, sorry. Just one clarification. I have Agonizing Blast as an invocation, so I think I add the +3 from Charisma.
You add that to the damage, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, you critical the creature. Very nice.
All right.
So you can click on the where it says Eldritch Blast, Agonizing Blast in the window. You can hover over that till it's red and click it, and it'll roll the damage.
Yeah, in the chat as opposed to in your character sheet. Like not on your character sheet, but instead in the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
Yeah, you see where it's showing you the rolls. If you yeah, exactly. Just like that. So that is 10 plus an additional 3 is 13 points of damage on this creature. Yep.
Never mind. I was wrong.
Okay.
Like the Agonizing Blast is applied, yeah. So it should be an extra 3.
Yeah, so 13 points of damage to this creature as your eldritch powers rake across its body, leaving it damaged and crispy in places, but still healthy enough to continue the fight. Seam, you've been attacked, and now the creature resides above you on the cliffside. What do you do?
I transfer my mark, and third time the charm.
All right, you fire another ruined bolt.
And then normal, and then -4 from whatever this is. Oh, only 11.
15 minus 4. Yeah, that 11 is going to miss. Your ruined bolt flies wide, maybe striking the cliffside where it erupts in a force against the cliff, but does not strike the creature itself.
Yep.
All right, Tia. You continue to bleed out.
Fail.
That is a 1 fail. All right. It is the creature's turn. It folds its wings and dives back down upon you. This time, no longer enfeebled. It gores at you, Seam, with an 18. Will that hit you?
Meets my AC, right? Exactly.
Alrighty. Please take for me 16 points of damage as its antlers bear down and gore upon you. It then racks its talons at you with a 9, definitely not hitting you.
No.
All right, that is the creature's turn. Darian, you have made it down the cliffside successfully. You find yourself inside this Boxed Gulch. What do you do?
If I'm conveying our fictional world honestly, I definitely would have dropped the crossbow bolt and just immediately ran for the rope. So I do not have a ranged weapon.
Okay.
So I am dashing towards Tia and Seam. Probably Seam first, since Seam is in graver peril than Tia from my vantage. So I will dash and close.
All right.
And are you down, Seam?
No, not even.
Okay. I'll. Oh shit! I probably don't even have my shield on either, because I would have needed to take that off to fire bolts, right?
Yes.
So
it's true. Yeah.
So yeah, I am just rushing in.
All right, you're rushing in, attempting to heroically do something when you get there.
Dash action for you.
All right, Duval, you see your friend rushing across the valley to meet this creature. What do you do?
Hit him with an Eldritch Blast again.
Excellent. Please give me that roll to hit. The 18 will hit. Please roll me some damage. 1 point of damage. All right.
+3.
Oh, +3. +3. Excellent. And with the +3, that is just enough to bloody the creature. Your Eldritch Plowers race out across the Boxed Gulch, striking the creature, leaving some more crispy bits starting to smell like a KFC up in here. And the creature is bloodied. Excellent. Seem, this creature is down in your face, having gored you. What do you do?
I will take the attack of opportunity.
All right. It chooses to attack you with its talons. With a 22, it will strike you for an additional 7 piercing damage.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, I take another shot.
All right. Go ahead and you fire another ruined bolt.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean that's all I have for bolts.
Okay.
So -4. Yeah, -4. No,
your bolt flies wide again, striking the cliffside, and then erupting in a shower of force and pebbles.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it.
All right. Tia, you have 1 success and 1 failure. Please roll me a death save.
I will fail
Oh
again.
no.
Ooh, down to your last fail. Okay, it is the Periton's turn. The Periton can't dive bomb anybody. Is it trying to finish the job, or does this brand new combatant whet its interest? No, it wants to finish the job. It flies by to hit you, first with its antlers, Seam, with a 23. It will strike you for 5 more piercing damage. And then on its way by, will rake you with its talons for an additional 6 piercing damage. You still up?
Cool. Yeah.
All right. It flies over here some way up the cliff, but not the whole way.
Yeah.
Excellent. Darian, you see this creature fly by, raking Seam as it goes. What do you do?
I think I stumble a little bit because I was like in process of like tackling it. Just didn't have the action for it last round mechanically, so I think I stumble forward a little bit.
Yeah.
And I look to Seam briefly and ask, have you got this?
Thumbs up.
All right, and I will run over to Tia. I will kneel down to her. And I will begin enchanting. And again, I don't, unfortunately, have any information about Darian's deity or patron or anything like that.
You're able to make one up.
Okay.
I think at one point there was jokes about him worshiping his camel. So maybe Mustachio Darian is a big believer in Theodore.
All right. In that case, I think. With the abundance of hydration and humility of Theodore, I bless upon you his grace, and I will lay both my hands down on Tia and transfer all 15 of my lay on hands points to you.
All right, excellent. And so Tia, you blink back from the brink of death. And you have 15 hit points. Oh, that's the wrong token.
How's it going? You win?
Duval, this creature is now flown to the other side of the canyon, but it is bloodied and hurt. What do you do?
You know what? I think I'm gonna go Eldritch Blast.
Gonna go Eldritch Blast, alright. A solid choice. Oh, this time your eldritch energy comes flashing out across the canyon, but is unable to strike the creature vitally. You leave like a scarred bit of ashen clay where your blast struck instead. Seam, this creature has wounded you gravely. What do you do?
We're gonna go for a normal one this time.
Okay.
Oh, you found them. Nice.
Cool. So, just a +1 to this.
Okay. That'll hit. That'll get the job done.
27. So let's see, 5 and then 2d8. Oh, 6.
I see.
And then another 5. Okay, so that's 11, and then 13.
13 points of damage. All right, I have to do some math. Not enough. Your bolt flies true, blasting the creature. It erupts in a fountain of force. You see its wing kind of like injured and broken, hardly holding on. The creature is on its last legs, but it still stands defiantly after your attack.
Darcy, kill it.
It's me. Amazing.
Tia, you're back up on your feet. What do you do?
I stand up, I look over at it, I yell something like, "Ignore me, will ya?" Which doesn't make any sense because they all attacked me. And I like basically spit a firebolt at it, right? Like it basically like manifests in front of my head and then flies forward as opposed to like shooting out of my hands or anything.
All right, excellent.
I think it's kind of silly to be like it shoots out of my mouth actually, but like, you know, it manifests in front of me and flies out.
Absolutely.
Firebolt time. 25.
That'll hit.
8 damage.
8 damage, and that is enough. Your spittle flies at the creature and burns it, the last bit of its health blazing away in the fire. It tumbles down the cliff, dead and silent. Congratulations, you have defeated the Periton Menace.
I'm a dragon. I spit on the ground.
Well, that was the threat. So we're resting here, right?
There's still like those birds. Are they a threat?
You do see as the Peritons lie dead, the red hawks especially will begin pecking at their corpses and flying down to tear at them. It does seem that they will feast on whatever they deem they can get their talons upon.
Yeah. Well, I want the horns and some feathers.
Okay.
That sounds like some good. I want some. That sounds like some good monster loot.
Okay. Many of the creatures have been blasted by crossbow bolts of force, and their recovery might be slightly difficult. Give me a. I guess there is no real. Give me a survival dexterity check to clip these talons and these feathers, and we'll give you DC 13.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I assist with that? I want to like come up.
Sure.
What I'm kind of doing is like managing the creatures as well. Like I want to sort of make sure they feel like they're being offered meat, but like we're taking this other stuff. Right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. With the keen eye of Tia and some assistance, you successfully take off the antlers and a good fistful of feathers from them. How many pounds of feathers would you like to carry with you?
How much am I getting for a pound? Like, how many like usable feathers do I get out of a pound?
How many usable feathers do you get out of a pound? What are you
like
trying to use
arrows.
them for? Oh,
like
for making
arrow
the arrows. You will get...
I would like 1 feather.
1 feather indeed. It's yours. You will get 10 according to the dice arrow. Usable feathers per pound that you harvest.
Well, I'll take 2 pounds feather.
All right, excellent. They are yours.
And then another 2 pounds for the horns and such.
Yes. Sounds good.
I think before this, kind of flashing back, I think Darian would have insisted on providing further hydration to the two of you, a blessing from Theodore, in the form of some cure wounds, making sure that you are fit in case the Red Hawks deem that you are trying to steal their meal. So I think first, Tia, you will receive just 3 healing, and then Seam, you will receive 7.
All right, excellent.
Sweet.
So, it is about 2 hours into play here. I know we got a little bit of a late start, but I think we've hit a perfect point to take that first break. So, we're going to fade out here. I'm going to get some more cold drink because I am dying, literally. And we'll see you guys in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Cool.
Just turn up the fan and sit in it for the break duration,
Yeah.
right?
And welcome back, Twitch chat, to the continuation of session 27, Beyond the Mists. Our heroes have valiantly picked some gold up off the ground and defeated some Peritons. And now they find themselves in need of some R&R, it sounds like, down in the Boxed Gulch in the Golden Hills. I heard talk of a short rest. Is that what the consensus was after the break?
I'd like a short rest.
All right.
Yeah, I think that we feel pretty confident here.
Mm-hmm.
Any creatures that live here are eating their fill of meat that is not us.
Yes.
What?
I went to look at something and moved my hand in the same time, and I drew a big line on my face that you're not going to see because my camera's not that good, but
Great,
it was really funny to me and no one else. I'm sorry.
See.
I find it funny, Greg.
And Tia is trying her best to tell everyone they did a great job, but she was unconscious for most of it and does not know that happened or not.
Mm-hmm.
But they're dead. You must have done an amazing job. Excellent.
Yeah.
Everything went according to plan.
Seem as tactful as ever. Recommends, hey, maybe while the two of us rest up a little bit, y'all can take the time and collect some more coins.
Hey, you're here anyway, right?
Alrighty. So, you spend about 10 minutes binding up some wounds, telling inspiring stories of things that must have happened, and maybe eating some quick rations or whatever in the noonday sun. Each of you can spend up to 1/2 of your maximum hit dice pool to regain HP. And you are entitled to any spell slots or class features that recover on a short rest per the player's handbook.
I think while Darian is helping bandage people up, rather than tell heroic stories, I think he might be scolding the greediness a little bit.
Okay.
I think he'll, recite the old adage, pigs get fat, hogs get murdered in a gulch full of gold. I've seen greed before and had to take down those who've abused their wealth. Don't let that become you.
You
My
must
friend.
identify the difference between greed and just shiny things that are awesome.
Holds up crossbow.
You clearly overstayed your welcome and invited the wrath of these creatures upon you. And your companion.
Yeah, I did.
Why, Darian, I would argue against that vehemently. Parties ourselves have come across these vicious creatures and have died to them. I say we've done not just ourselves, but the whole service by staying and removing such a vile predator from its midst.
And you think if you had not found these strange arrows that our tale would still have been different than those of these other adventurers you speak of?
I say if we didn't search and we had come across them as may have been intended anyway, we have had a much more unfortunate circumstance.
Yes, it could have been much worse, hence the adage. I think we got lucky.
I think Duval is fascinated by Darian's kind of moral system. He's never encountered someone who's just very by the book. So for the rest of the short rest, he's going to start positing hypotheticals to him. Okay, hypothetically, if someone stole something from me, like a pebble, is it okay to get revenge? And then just keep escalating to see where the line is.
What do you mean by revenge?
Well,
okay. Is this pebble something that you care very much about? Perhaps it was a late brother who died of,
I try my best.
Some great disease.
Darian, I think I might have just found the protagonist for this book. You're going to be famous. I'll tell you right now. This is amazing.
Duval, hold that thought. These dwarven runes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you're down here.
Yeah, I will go check. You said it was a waystone?
Yes, indeed. There is a waystone. And you speak and read dwarf, or how do you interpret them?
I have comprehend languages.
Yes.
As a spell. So would I have to do that after my short rest?
It can be simultaneous. I don't think casting comprehend languages counts as not resting, you know? I imagine there are many wizards that cast a comprehend language to read their old books while they relax. So you find this waystone upon it, and it marks the way, as waystones are oft to do, towards different locations. Upon the sides of the waystone, it marks a path straight ahead down what would be the center of the Boxed Gulch by its placement, to what is called Dworkin's Forge. And then in pointing away kind of to the northeast, it excuse me, it states, what does it state? Oh, I lost where'd my notes go? Oh, son of a gun. I had them right in front of me and then they disappeared. They point towards a dwarven hold. They say it is underneath the mounts, far to the northeast. You are on the right path, son. Continue forward, and you will find us under Dragon Mount, beyond the rotting oaks.
What?
We know. Well, perfect.
I will relay that to Tia. We found him, Tia. We found him.
To the east, the waypoint points towards work. You see the runes for work, and you see that it calls upon the great stairs. Underneath the great stairs, you find carvings in a much ruder hand, as if they had been carved on after the fact. And the waypoint says something along the lines of, if you're gonna work on the priest's damn stairs, drink this in case of the winds. And to the south, it points to danger. It warns of a many-headed beast that is best avoided. And to the north, I believe, is the final stone. No, to the north and maybe to the west, away from the Gold Hills and to the Dragon Mount. It points towards what would be a great lake, and it says best avoided as well.
Wait, was that the same direction as Dworkin's Forge?
No, so Dworkin's Forge would be north and east. This one would be farther to the kind of north, maybe back to the west.
Oh, well, I'm so glad we found this, guys.
Which direction was the Dragon Mount, or what was it called?
If you are looking down this gulch, let's move back to our map here. If we were looking down this gulch, then the waystone points towards the center of the gulch, towards Dworkin's Forge. It points this way towards the Dragon Mount and the Dwarven Hold underneath it. It points this way to the stairs and to work. This is work. It points this way towards danger.
Right. Chimera or something.
And it points this way towards the lake.
Okay, I'll make note of that. Just kind of jot it down and relay that to the party.
Is there a way we can, like, with a piece of charcoal or something, like, put a translation for these? Put it in common. So
you can definitely write in common with charcoal.
And then just write it on, like, underneath these to have it pre-translated, so another adventurer that may not have such a gifted linguist among them will indeed be able to benefit from these.
It's gonna wash away.
You begin writing in charcoal upon the waystone.
Yep. And then, is there any more gold on the ground? As a quick aside.
I think that up to this point, you have investigated as thoroughly as you're going to investigate. If you want to get more gold, you have to continue down the gulch.
I mean, down the gulch is toward Dworkin's Forge. Am I wrong?
That is what the Waystone says.
Hey guys,
should we maybe try to go along the edge of the elevated portion of the gulch just in case? Because I don't know if I like the idea of us not having a height advantage on anything that we may encounter.
I will follow from above with Theodore, of course. Theodore cannot make it down here after all.
Well, that is a fair point. I was going to say that we can probably take advantage of the shadows cast by the gorge, but
I was going to say the same. Maybe 2 and 2, like we had before. One along, one and two along, 2 on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, if that works for the party, I think. I'm just nervous about having nobody up top, just in case.
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
All right.
Oh, and I will listen. While we're together, since we're doing those 2 things, I will take the opportunity to go and cast Goodberry. I will give 2 to both the party members going to the top. Then I'll give 3 to myself and 3 to my friend down here with me.
Do Goodberry still heal in this version?
One hit point per, yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you took that out.
No, I didn't change the efficacy of the spell. I just made it cost resources to cast. It was my.
Yep.
I'm gonna eat that.
Agree. I don't know.
Save 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, save 1. You can eat 2, but save 1.
I mean, is this not my meal for the day? I don't know how that works. Anyway, I eat 1. It's good. I saved the other.
You have 2 more.
Did you give me enough material to cast Find Familiar more than once, or was it just?
I mean, you can do it's twice, but they exist until they get destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So do I still have my Raven?
You still have your Raven, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So as an action,
cool.
You can stick it into a pocket dimension, basically, and you can bring it back without having to cast the spell. You just bring it as an action.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So I will just have the Raven kind of go ahead about 200 to 300 feet and tell it to return if it sees any monsters or anything that looks dangerous.
Okay.
I think that should be enough.
You tell the Raven to go scout out the area around you while the rest of you prepare to kind of split up, 2 in the middle and 2 on the side.
Follow the gorge.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do really want to go this Dragon Mount, of course.
But, so
we'll deal with that later.
Why don't we have your Raven give me a perception check as you are having it scout out for danger around you?
I think Tia's speaking with Sam. Don't worry, I see you're eating. That's fine. And I'm sort of trying to pick their brain about what's the big deal with this Dworkin person? We should be heading off towards the mount, right? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be on the way, and the Dworkin is a mighty being who has been here for what seems to be millennia. They will know, if anybody, the location of any dragons. And as such, it might be able to aid us with tools of the trade in confronting or finding this beast.
All right.
So just not in the opposite direction. Sounds good to me.
As this conversation wraps up, the Raven comes flying back after a fairly short time away, and it tells you of bleach white things that walk the valley some distance in front of you, and it warns that they believe that they might be dangerous.
Can the Raven specify whether they're within the gulch or along
They are within the gulch.
Okay. I'll kind of halt the party and just say there's some creatures in the gulch about moving forward. I think it would be best if you two come up to the top part of the gulch, and then we can kind of walk along here until we can identify what these creatures are.
Okay. With that too, I ask anybody does anybody have any spare bolts? I would like to attempt to use this crossbow I found without such a precious commodity in use.
Yeah, I can hand him one crossbow bolt.
I like it. One crossbow bolt.
Oh wait, did you just?
And I will hand you 9 more.
Okay, I thought he was just
Like-
testing them. Sorry. If you need more, I have 20 total.
No, that was good. I liked it. Of course, good sir. Here, a single crossbow bolt. Use it well.
Make it count.
I don't know if they
count.
explode still, then why not?
All right. So the party splits, having it sounded like Seam and Darian up on the top of the mountain, while Duval.
We're all going on the top. We're all going on the top since we have.
All
these,
4 of you
creatures
are going up
inside
to
of
the top
it.
now.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
after the Raven reported back.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
all right. If we know where the enemies are, we might as well go.
You climb the 60 feet to the edge of this box gulch, shooing away large carrion birds and hawks as you go. Yes, and you begin to march along the edge of this cliffside. It is a longer walk than it was a flight for the Raven. Noon passes, and it's a good couple of hours. But as you follow the very edge of this gulch, looking down into it, you find in the center of it a sprouting red willow. It grows high and tall, and beneath its drooping boughs, you see the ground underneath it has been dug up. As if something either with a shovel or had burrowed underneath it and come out of the ground. There's loose dirt everywhere, and the ground itself is deep pits underneath the boughs of the tree. The glint of gold is prevalent here as it is showered upon the ground. As you look down upon this red willow and see the gold that has been dug up and slung around, you see 12. Rolled high. We rolled 12 skeletons, bleached white by the sun, kind of meandering around, almost aimlessly it appears, underneath the boughs of the tree itself.
I turned the party.
Stature or like dwarven in stature?
They are notably not of dwarven stature.
Cool. Yeah. Any more detail than that, I don't think I would pick up on.
Okay.
I turned to the party. Do you remember that story of the guy whose grandfather had buried treasure out here, and he was desperately searching to prove that his grandfather wasn't a liar?
I think you told us that story, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that one I told you like an hour ago? This is that place.
Well, that sucks for them, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't think it does. I think I could kill all of these from up here, from like right here even. They're like 600 feet away. I can shoot that far.
This is important to you.
It's
This
kind
place.
of I mean, it's a big deal. This is the family honor. This is the honor of a family who's been ridiculed for generations, right? It feels like the just thing to do, and it would mean plate armor at the bare minimum for you, Darian.
How rich is this family?
You like almost had me there, right? Like there was that thing where you mentioned the like family honor, and I think
It's
Tia
true.
is like more like introspective than she usually does, and sort of like, oh wow, like I actually kind of saw. And she's usually kind of like flippant about things, but like the like family honor thing, I think did strike a chord with her because of her own family history. And then you start talking about like what you could buy with it, and she just like cracks up. Like,
Because they don't care.
yeah,
They don't care
yeah.
about the money. They just want to be proven to be true. And I don't know about you, but I think Darian, in particular, I think some plate mail for you and possibly for your camel would be a just reward for such a valiant soul.
This is your family's legacy?
This is the family of a poor, was it cabbage salesman?
It was a cabbage salesman, yes. The juiciest cabbages in all of Farfield Keep.
The juiciest cabbages. I'm sure Theodore has partaken on them several occasions.
And they have war camel plate.
I'm saying we can get you war camel plate.
Are the cabbages, how hydrating are they?
The juiciest of cabbages. Big as Theodore's hump.
I look over at Theodore and he gives like this nod, and I go, very well.
I look over at Steve and I'm like, do you think that would work? Could we carry cabbages with us and hydrate?
Wait. Is that the secret reward for the quest, Greg? Is it hydrating cabbages?
You'll have to find out.
Duval is just confused at how grave robbing is suddenly.
I turn to Duval. This will be the story of the reclamation of the world's juiciest cabbages. Get your writing going. This is it. And also, this isn't a grave. Specifically, this was buried. The dug up earth was buried by this man's grandfather because he was unable to carry it out with him because he was being pursued, and he died before he could go back to reclaim it. And he told the story to his son and has been passed down in the family line. And despite them insisting this is the case, they have been ridiculed and mocked, being called a liar. And being able to reclaim this and return a piece of gold to him saying we found it will help reclaim the honor of this man and his family.
Oh, I mean, Duval is down either way. He just wants to.
That's the backstory.
Yeah,
I will.
Duval is all for this.
Walk over to Theodore, grab the remaining 10 crossbow bolts from his pack. I will press them into your chest and say, "The rest of my arrows. Make sure that every single one of them counts." And I will grab the rope that we probably still have lashed around Theodore, and I will begin to descend the wall.
Wait, whoa. Easy there.
What is it?
I have an easier solution that doesn't require getting you stuck like a pig.
And would it be a strategy, a tactic that would be good for your book?
It would be
a valiant hero standing above while the villain is simply pilfered with arrows.
You know, I think Darian
makes
makes
Untitled Chapter.
Darian makes a fantastic point. I can't believe I didn't think of it. I think it would be much more climactic if we charged these skeletons.
Yeah, I'm looking at the flaw that Eugene or Leova left on my character sheet, and it says ego. And I wrote, "I'm a big fucking deal."
You tell him, Darian.
So I'm descending.
Wait, no,
all right.
Tia
so I start
is
taking
doing some looking around during this whole thing, and she's looking at this tree, and it's she's not really that much of a naturalist, but she does know a thing or two about survival and living outside of the walls of society.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a normal looking tree? Is there something she's got to know about this?
No, it seems very non-native to this area. In fact, you have not seen willow trees anywhere in the hills to this point. And now here in this gulch where nothing but long grass and juniper grows, there is this enormous red tree.
So my nature is crap, but my survival is great. I don't know what that means for me.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I have a thing called Divine Sense. I can use that, and it can tell me things. It can tell me the presence of certain things. Give me 1 second.
You're picking up Primeval Awareness, I believe it's called.
Yeah, I'm getting it pulled up. 1 second. Sorcerer.
Wait, Darren, you haven't
Ranger.
actually gone down yet, have you?
This is all in.
Have I gone down?
Yeah, you're still at the edge, right?
1, 2, 3.
No, I've started going down again after
okay.
my whole I'm a big fucking deal.
Okay. So a question. I would like to spend one of my spell slots for the day. So last one, and I'd like to use Primeval Awareness. And I'd for up to 1 minute. I can extend my sense with it to whether the following types of creatures are present within 1 mile of me.
Okay.
Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
Oh, there is definitely undead. Definitely undead. You're pinging some.
Yeah.
You're pinging some undead, baby.
Yeah. Is there anything outside of undead that is present?
None of the other creature types are present.
Dang, I was kind of hoping like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a dragon like a couple hundred yards that away.
Actually, are you using the full range of it, or are you using the base range?
A mile. Right,
but the range is increased if you're in your natural terrain.
6 miles.
It's a cool move.
No, I mean, cool. Better question: is there anything like in the nearby squares that is any of those other things?
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up my hex key. Oh shit! Not you. You stay where you were. Whatever. And then so 6 miles. That would
6
be
miles.
in these hexes. What was the list? Just I know.
Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
6 miles?
I think it's just a yay or a nay. It's not like anything more detailed than that.
It'll just ping if those creatures are present.
There is an elemental within 6 miles of you.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
It's that one. To sleep. We should go see if we can get that water.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So after you do that, let me pull you guys over here. So this is what you see below you. I'm just going to use this kind of like cliff like it's the gulch. We'll pretend that the cliff goes on in either direction for a while. You are standing above these creatures as Darian threatens to climb down the cliff towards these skeletons. They don't seem to have noticed you, or if they have, they don't care at the moment. So what do you all do as you have decided to potentially take down these skelly-mans?
Like, hey, watch this. And then I'd like to take out one of these bolts Darian gave me and shoot one.
All right. Sounds like combat is starting. So, you go ahead and shoot. The skeletons are unaware of your presence, so I will give a full round for each of you to do what you would like before combat starts proper.
So, I'm gonna start with this guy. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna decidedly not use the crossbow to start.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll on my longbow to start. I'm gonna start just right here on this guy.
Okay.
And then, wait, do I make sure to take this one? But anyway, so I take a shot. So normal shot with that longbow, normal roll. Actually, advantage, right? Because they don't know I'm there.
You can definitely take advantage.
Okay, so advantage.
The 20 will hit.
Okay, one second. Get a refresh roll 20 real quick. Chat's glitching out on me.
Yeah, the roll 20 gets a little cranky with me. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's fine. So 20 that hits. So for
7
damage
points of
and
damage.
then I'm going to Horde Breaker, and I'm gonna shoot the next one down.
Horde Breaker works on a hit, right?
It's Horde Breaker. It is once each of your turns, when you make a weapon attack, you can make another weapon attack with the same weapon against a different creature that's within 5 feet of the original target.
Doesn't even have to hit. You just get to do it. Sick?
Yeah. I like it. So, and then...
before you move on, you realize you shoot your bow, line it up, boom! You strike this creature right in like center mass, right where you were aiming, and your arrow just doesn't do as much damage as you wanted it to do.
Yep, that's fine. It'll be for next time.
All right.
So I'm gonna take another longbow attack, and I'm gonna take sharpshooter on this one, seeing to try to get a little more oomph out of it. So, and this is a -5.
All right.
For a 24.
24 hits.
Cool, and this is plus 10 to this, so 15.
All right, and much like before, you strike the creature right where you wanted to, between its like armored bits, but the damage that you do to it just isn't as substantive as you want it to be. Seems as if your arrows are less effective.
Yeah. So yeah, magic only, folks.
All right. And with that, that is all of you. So while Seam is launching arrows at these creatures from the cliff face, what are the rest of you doing in this round?
I think
actually survey instead of taking a free attack because I'm more interested in if there's threats we've missed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you begin surveying around, trying to find additional threats we may have missed. Go ahead and give me a wisdom perception check as you look for those threats.
See nothing.
Yeah, you scan, but to your eyes, the only threats that lie before you are these skelly mans.
Could I have my raven kind of circle as we are fighting just to make sure that nothing else is coming around?
Sure, you could issue that command to it for this round.
Okay, I'll do that. And yeah. Am I still able to make an attack, or is that?
I think if you're gonna command your familiar to take an action, then that's gonna be your action.
Okay, that's fine.
Usually familiar has its own action, so whatever. But yeah.
All right, excellent. And that is everyone. No, that is not everyone. Darian, are you climbing down the cliff face with this round?
Yeah, I think I climb down. I reach the bottom, and I shout back up to Seam. So, have you come up with a name for this novel of yours? And as I'm asking this question, I'm like rummaging through my pack, and I pull out a jar of water.
I thought you were going to say bees for some reason, and I don't know why.
All right.
Bees?
Yeah. I'm disappointed.
Wait, is he talking to me or Sam?
I don't know. I'm not writing a book.
With that,
I'm sorry.
all of you.
Seam was the one.
Oh, no, you're fine.
With that, all of you have taken an action. Let's roll initiative as we go forward.
Sorry, I was getting to my action, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is your action then?
So I pull out the holy water. I will lift off the jar, and I will begin incanting and waving my hand over the water, making a sort of prayer to Theodore, asking for his blessing and protection. And I think the water will begin to kind of like, not steam, it'll vaporize, and there will suddenly become this huge, humid vapor around me. And I will cast protection from good and evil.
Oh, very nice. Okay. And they all have disadvantage to attack you, correct?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and put like a shield on myself.
Perfect.
For 10 rounds, and at the end of the round, that ticks down to 9 rounds left.
Perfect. Excellent. With that, everyone roll initiative as now the skeletons look up as they are under assault and raise their weapons.
Can I say I've like sat down? Like I was just like, well, alright, I'm gonna sit down. I got this. I'm just gonna sit down.
Sure, you can sit on the cliff. I don't mind. All right.
Cool.
Looks like everybody has rolled into initiative. Let me sort this.
They rolled so well.
And the skeletons will move first. So, you will find that these skeletons have short bows equipped. So I'm just gonna move them like this. They break off into little groups of 2. These 2 skeletons will fire at Seam as they see you firing upon them, take out their short bows, and return fire. The first with a 6 will miss you, and the second fires a 17, which will hit you.
No, it will not.
It will not hit you?
AC 18.
Oh, in my head, I thought a 16 hit you before.
I have 16.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. Then it will not hit you. The 17 comes close, but sticks in the ground in front of your feet. These 2 skeletons form up here in their group of 2, and they will fire at Tia, who has decided to sit down on the cliff, and so they will take disadvantage.
Sweet.
Missing you with their first attack, and missing you with their second attack.
Heck yeah. Be prone.
That is correct, Apollo. I should have known that. These two, I believe, have enough movement to close with Darian. 30 feet. Actually, maybe they don't. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They do not have enough movement to close with Darian. So instead, they will move here. And you know what? They will double move with their swords and shields out, getting right up next to you. And then we will have these two step forward here and take bow shots at Duval. The first with a 5 will miss. These guys might not be the best marksmen. And an 8, not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I was missing a skeleton. I knew it. 12. There we go. All right, now we have 2 more groups of 2. Who do they wish to attack? Well, you know who hasn't been attacked? Darian has not been attacked. These 2 will step forward beneath the bough of the tree, and they will lease bows upon Darian.
All right. Undead creatures have disadvantage.
They
on attack
do
rolls against them.
indeed. You are correct. With a 9, not enough to strike you, and a 8, not enough to strike you. And this final group of 2 will kind of come up here, as they don't want to get too close to those homies, and they will shoot at
Me.
Seam. You are the one that draws their ire. They will shoot you with a 5. Oh my goodness. And a
beautiful
7. The skeletons do not impart any damage upon you. Duval, it is your turn. What do you do?
Rain of arrows comes down, missing everything.
I will shoot at... I'll shoot at the one right that's attacking Darian, the one on top.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
And use Eldritch Blast.
Excellent. Please give me a roll to hit. 17 does it. Your Eldritch energy comes racing down the cliff, striking the skeleton for 7 whole points of damage. So these guys were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Do I
6.
get the +3 to damage as well?
4, 5, 6. Yes! Yes, you do. This guy is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He takes 10 points of damage from your Eldritch Blast as you have the agonizing cantrip, which is enough to bloody the skeleton. Excellent. Well done. Darian, these 2 are next to you, having closed within range, but not attacked. Yeah. What do you do?
Well, this time I am much better equipped with my shield strapped to my arm, and I have my Minotaur axe at the ready. So I will swing at the one directly to my east with the battle axe.
All right.
With a 12.
All right, the 12 will actually miss as their AC is too much. You swing heartily, but it becomes lodged in like their molding kind of like leather armor strapped around them, and does not cleave into the creatures themselves.
Mm-hmm. Pushing against the wet flesh with the shield to pry out the axe, I will quickly pull back into a defensive posture, ready for their next attacks.
Excellent. Seam, you have had a horde of arrows thrown at you, but nothing has struck you. What do you do?
You know, I'm gonna pull out the crossbow instead. You know, hopefully it's gonna be a little more effective.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take a shot at. Let's call it this bottom one. This one I already shot. And
I just realized that's a really long time.
Yep.
Just a lot of.
And then I'll go ahead and take the -5.
All right. 16
18.
will hit.
Yeah. 18, and then is it a +1 weapon?
It is a +1 weapon.
Perfect. So that's gonna be already rolled, so 10 damage.
10 damage on the one that had already taken 7. Is that enough? That is enough. It fells the beast. Ah! The skeleton dissolves and dies from the blast of your arrow, its bones turning to sand in front of your eyes.
Cool. And then, yeah, that is that is Seam's turn.
All right, excellent. Tia, you see Seam blast one of these with his magic bow as you're sitting upon the cliffside. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like lazily shoot a firebolt at whatever one's closest to. I guess I can look down this cliff towards where Darian is.
Definitely.
Drop one on whichever one of those you prefer. I don't know. You can make it roll.
All right, the 25 definitely hits.
She's kind of like leaning back and just like, ha.
Nice.
She's not too fussed with this.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and give me that damage as you hit it.
Apologies.
Oh, no worries. Oh, for a single point of damage, your nonchalance is enough to strike the creature. Yeah, but it just like singes the bones, and it is not enough to fell it. All right, excellent. With that, it brings up the skeletons. All right, so in order... This guy is dead, but his homie can still fight. He comes up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he unleashes a bow shot up at Seam. With a 20, he will strike you for 8 piercing damage.
In case you didn't, you should have gotten temporary hit points from me before. So, it should only be 1 real damage.
Perfect.
Oh, we still have the 7 temp HP from earlier?
We got that re-upped when I was, during the short rest.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
I was trying to describe that as being my...
I see. I didn't get that until now, but you definitely tried.
Yeah, I didn't want to bother, like, stopping things until it was relevant.
Right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They're not going to start climbing, but they're going to get to the cliff, and they shoot bows up at Tia. Both at disadvantage. With a 16.
That'll hit.
All right. Tia, please take 8 piercing damage from the first bow shot.
I will do so.
And the next one will definitely miss. These two that marched forward on Darian will both make attacks at disadvantage. Missing horribly with their first. And even worse with their second. They like lose their weapon in the ground momentarily. And these two will step forward. 5, 30, and they will take shots upon Duval. Just normal. With a 19, I believe that hits you?
Yeah.
All right. Please take 8 piercing damage from the first bow shot. And they miss horribly with their next. These ones will remain underneath the boughs of the tree, and they will shoot whom? Their first attacks will go to 1, 2, 3, 4. They will go to Darian. They fire at you with disadvantage with an 11, not enough, and a 7, definitely not enough. And the final set of attacks will go upon Seam.
Yeah.
The first with a 20 for 8 piercing damage.
That's the 3rd max damage roll you've done in a row, Greg. What the hell? I have rolled 0 of those.
And the final short bow attack is an 8. All right. With that, the skeleton's turn is done. Duval, it is your turn. What do you do?
How far apart is each square on
5
the grid?
feet. 5 feet.
Okay. So if I cast Shatter, could I potentially get at least 3 of the skeletons?
Shatter is a 15-foot square, correct?
1 sec.
That sounds right to me. But yeah, might as well check it.
It says 10-foot radius sphere.
Okay, so it's a sphere, but we'll treat it like a square. So if the radius is 10 feet, its diameter is 20.
So one more square than that.
Yep. So this is roughly the squares that your sphere will take up. Where would you like to place said thing?
Just right around the group among the trees, the four.
The four among the trees. I believe you can get all of them very easily in that. Absolutely.
And the tree. That might be relevant. I don't know.
And the tree. Absolutely. We will make saving throws for these skeletons. The first will succeed, which I believe makes them take half damage. Mm-hmm. And a failure. I wish I could roll these faster. A success. And a success. So 3 successes. This one here will take 15 points of damage, which is enough to fell the creature. Your magic erupts out thunderously, and you see the bones shatter and turn to dust. These ones here will all take 7 points of damage, which is enough to bloody them. Excellent.
The tree look harmed.
Excellent. Well done. This guy's dead. These guys take 7. All right. Your magic erupts out a thunderous shattering sound across the plains. The tree itself snaps and cracks. You see branches fall to the ground and cracks form upon it. Darian, you're getting slashed at and arrows slung at in your defensive posture. What do you do?
Yeah, I think I'm going to. What would my holy symbol be if
That's a good question.
Oh my god. I think it's just like a really incredibly well made like leather, like water flask. No.
Your water skin is your holy symbol.
Yeah, water
skin.
Huzzah! Yeah. I think it's just like this really well made with like ornamental threading, like gold thread through the whole thing.
Excellent.
And embroidered into it is a picture of Theodore. So, and I will, noting the wet, sort of viscous nature of these creatures, I will present this, pop the cap open, and I will begin to draw moisture from them into the flask, and this is my flavor on Channel Divinity, Turn the Unholy.
All right.
And so I'm going to turn undead, and
absolutely
they will need to flee
so
from
each
me.
Fiend that can see or hear you within 30 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So basically everyone that's not under the trees will need to make a save. So wisdom saves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just going to roll 7 d20s and we'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
It seems so much easier.
Is this against my spell saving throw?
This is against your spell saving throw, yes.
Oh, it's a 11.
It's an 11.
So that is 3 of them.
Well, the good thing is that this is a -1 to all rolls.
Oh, okay. So it is 3 of them.
Yeah, so this guy is going to fail. He has been turned by your holy camel light. So has this one. These guys feeling good. This guy, not so much. He is very scared. The rest have succeeded as you pull forth your holy symbol and begin sucking their hydration from their bones. Their marrow crackles and snaps as they become even more brittle. Excellent.
Yes.
All right. That brings us to Seam. You see these creatures getting sucked dry by the camel god Theodore in front of you. What do you do?
I'm gonna shoot that one.
All right.
Isn't scared.
Nice.
All right. Excellent.
Cool. Taking the -5.
Mm-hmm. So that's 26, 21. Yeah, it hits for sure. I don't know why I did the math. It definitely hits.
Cool. So
for
22 damage.
for 22 damage. Oh, Lord have mercy. This guy dead. Your arrow comes breaking down right through the top of his skull, like traveling down the back of his spine. He splits in twain before dissolving to dust in front of you.
And I shout down, if this thing didn't have the loading property, so help me God.
All right.
Oh, I see. Right, of course, because the Horde Breaker. Yeah, that's an interesting interaction.
Yep.
I hadn't thought about it. Cool.
So I wasn't using it.
Did another firebolt at the one next to Dari something.
Okay.
The one that's been wounded already.
Absolutely.
Dairy something.
You throw your firebolt lackadaisically down the cliff once again. It funnels and, like, falls as if, like, being resisted by the air pressure, but strikes this creature square, blowing it up with 6 points of damage. It had already been bloodied and burns to ash in front of your eyes.
I'm just imagining you just, like, throwing matches off the cliffside.
Like, smoking, and I flick them. Yeah.
Excellent. And with that, these skeletons continue their onslaught. These two begin climbing the cliff. It takes their entire turn, but they climb to the top of the cliff next to each of you. This one here will continue to... No, it will... Oh, no. Neither of these do that. Neither of these do what I said they did. They have been turned. They begin fleeing as fast as their skeleton legs can take them. Ah! Along with this one. Screaming. There's a strange scream as they reach the opposite side of the canyon.
Attack of opportunity for Darian?
The attack of opportunity absolutely can happen for Darian.
Yeah, I'll definitely take it. Let's go ahead and swing. A 23 will probably hit.
That will definitely hit. For 17 damage, this one here actually doesn't even get away from you. This is the one that lets out the Wilhelm scream as it turns to run, but then its head keeps going while its body disintegrates underneath it for but a moment.
Nice.
Excellent. Very good. So those are those ones. I have just a chillin' skeleton over here. Did I screw up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, this guy doesn't exist. Cool. All right. Excellent.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
These two are going to walk up to the cliffside, but they're not going to do it so that they're next to Darian. They will shoot Dahaval. I don't know why I really pronounced the H there. But I did. It was a choice, and we're going with it. The first bow strikes at an 18, striking you, Duval, for 7 additional piercing damage. And the second strike is a 12, not striking you. Excellent. These two were attacking Seam, but let's see if they continue to do so. They've just been shattered by magic. Yes, and they know that magic is scary, and they will shoot at Duval instead as well. The first with a 21 will strike you for 3 more piercing damage. And the second bow shot with a 15, will that hit you?
Yeah.
Yes, alright, for an additional 7 points of piercing damage. Are you still up?
Sorry, yeah, I have 9 points left.
9. Oh, you're doing good. Excellent. And then there's one last skeleton behind the tree. Actually, this skeleton doesn't have a partner, and oh no, that guy's dead. It's not that he doesn't have a partner. He's just dead. Yep. Nope. This skeleton's gonna keep doing tree things. Who does it shoot? It shoots Tia, deciding that you are the one that has earned its wrath for some reason. You're still sitting on the cliff. The 17, though, I think will hit you.
That will hit me.
All right. Please take 7 additional piercing damage from the final skeleton bow. All right. Duval, you have shattered some skeletons and drawn their ire. What will you do?
Can I cast Shatter again? Or is that not possible?
So you cast Shatter once. And Ray of Enfeeblement and Shatter, so that's 3 second level slots, right?
Short rest. It's
Yeah,
They
because we have
do
the
the short rest, and then you have
Two
more
short
phase down
rests and
forward.
then one. So yeah, you have one more. Yes, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just cast it again around the same spot, trying to get the 3 around the tree.
Absolutely. Go ahead and cast that spell slip for me so we can see their damage, and then I will make 3 d20 rolls.
Nice. It's decent damage.
Very good damage.
Very average.
These guys at +2, 13, 14, and 9. So the first 2 succeed and will take half for 7. Oh, but it doesn't matter because half kills them anyway. Your shatter goes off. Once again, pieces of the tree go flying, branches come falling down, and the thunderous power of your magic causes these skeletons to turn to dust. Their bones shattering, snapping, breaking, and then dissolving into powder on the ground beneath the tree. Excellent.
Good.
All right, Darian. You no longer have any creatures around you, as all the ones you've turned are running across the canyon side. What do you do?
Yes, but there are these to the south. Scramble to reach my traveling companions, and I cannot abide this. So as this one to the north, closest to me, is scrambling up, I'm going to take my axe and just try and drive it through its body.
Excellent.
With a 24.
That'll definitely hit.
For 10.
For 10 slashing damage, enough to bloody this creature, but not fell it with your mighty axe. Excellent. Tia, it is once again your turn. What do you do?
Me.
I
didn't
wait
get it.
for Sam.
So you skipped me in the order.
Did I skip you?
Mm-hmm.
Who did I skip? I skipped Seam. I sure did.
Yeah.
All right. Seam, what do you do?
I want to shoot the non-bloodied one.
Okay.
Yeah, here, maybe that's the angle on it, but yeah. And then -4. For 11?
For an 11, you fire your arrow, but unfortunately, it's stuck in their kind of molding leather armor, and it does not pierce the creature critically.
Okay, now it's your turn.
All right,
Nice.
Tia, what do you do?
I think I probably have to move to get a clean shot since they're not directly under me anymore.
You'd probably at least have to stand up, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll come over here
Mm-hmm.
and I'll shoot down at the one that's wounded.
All right,
Terrible.
give me that roll to hit.
Are they halfway up the thing? You
No,
should be
they
climbing.
went to the
There's-
bottom of the cliff and then fired arrows up.
Awesome.
But the 14 will hit.
Good enough? Okay.
For 5 fire damage, 5 and 10 is 15. This creature dies. Your fires once again consuming it before the bones turn to ash beneath your
Well, I'll go
magics.
back. I'll just walk over and do it and then walk away again.
Excellent. It is Skeleton's turns. These two are still turned and petrified. And there is only one left. It begins to climb, spending its turn, reaching the precipice of the cliff. Daval, you are now staring down a skeleton that has climbed the cliff face up next to you. What do you do?
I will kind of want to hit it with a sickle, but
Just
I'm
run
just
up
gonna
and
go.
punch, deck their head off.
I can,
Push
I'm
him
just
off
gonna
the edge.
kick him off the. Oh my god, no.
Do it.
I'm just gonna do Eldritch Blast because I don't want to lose this character.
All right.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me that roll to hit with your magics. 19 will hit it. For 4 points of damage, your Eldritch magic strikes out, leaving its scars across the creature's hide, but it does not fell it. Excellent. That brings us to Darian. There's only 2 creatures down here left with you. What do you do?
So I would like to make an argument that Theodore is a trained war camel, and it can act instinctively during combat. And I would like to make a shove attack with Theodore against.
All right. Well, you know what?
Skeleton.
I would normally probably rule against this as there are no war camels, but in your case, the great camel god Theodore is probably likely to be able to at least act on its turn.
You simply pray.
Do we have a camel hit block in the SRD? I don't even know.
There's stats on my
Force,
sheet.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
so it'd be I'll just use strength, which is +3.
That's what I have in the SRD, so go for it. You will make an
Okay,
opposed
18.
an opposed athletics check. An 18 is the DC for this skeleton. It does not succeed. The skeleton comes falling down the cliffside. We established that the cliff is 60 feet, so give me 6d6 falling damage for the skeleton.
Sure. Nope, not 67. 66.
Trying to eke out those extra numbers, are you? It takes
Yeah.
half of 19 falling damage, which is going to be 9 points of damage.
Is it vulnerable to bludgeoning?
Bloodying the
I
creature.
thought they weren't resistant to bludgeoning.
Oh, you have a good point.
It should just shatter.
You are correct. My brain forgot my own rules for the creatures. You are right. They fall, and the fall shatters their bones. They scatter across the valley floor, mixing with the juniper bush, and they die. All right. Excellent. There are now 2 turned skeletons over here. Do you guys just ace these things down?
Huh.
I mean, are they still there, or did they like run another? 60
Well, they
feet or
can't.
something?
They can't get away. They're like. I guess they could
right,
climb
of
the
course,
cliff.
I
Do
kinda
they
forgot it
climb
was
the
a guard.
cliff?
Yeah.
It turns out they're really stupid skeletons. Their brains must have fell out. They did not climb the cliff.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll just shoot at them.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You guys spend your turns acing these creatures down, and they die. The willow and the canyon are once again silent, as all the enemies have been felled.
Beautiful.
I pull out my shovel.
Oh,
It's time to approach the willow.
Yeah. How's this willow looking? It got busted up.
It's a willow. It's fine. Very flexible.
the willow is still intact. You can see the marks where the shattered magic has like broken boughs of it. Like it's a willow weeps down over the kind of canyon, and you can see where like the thinner pieces of the drooping willow have like fallen off and scatter around the ground underneath it. The kind of central trunk of it shows big cracks as the magic is like raced up and around it, but it still holds. You take a shovel out to dig, and then you quickly realize that the ground around the willow tree has been dug. There are deep holes that have been dug around it. Fresh earth lays in big clumps in and around it. The gold kind of lays scattered about, fresh upon the ground. You no more have to dig it up than you have to reach down and grab it. Between the 4 of you, there is 650 GP worth of remaining gold.
Whoa.
Remaining, you said.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Can we gather up the short bows?
No, in fact, whatever was on the skeletons turned to dust as their bones did as well.
Fair. Is that
Nice.
stream actually there?
No, it's just on the map.
Come on.
So is
Okay,
that 150 per person for 600?
I'm going to.
Won't that
I've been
at the end,
keeping
right?
track of all the gold on my little
it
note
should be
sheet,
up
and I'm
after.
gonna split it up at the end of the session, so you don't have to worry about tracking it.
That was my understanding. I've just been
Yeah.
Yeah.
tallying
And
it up.
then, cool, we did the thing, guys. Assuming there's nothing else around, we can get
Yeah,
to the
can we make
dwarven.
a more thorough investigation here? Like,
Sure.
what's like this tree is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, is there anything else around? Like is it everywhere around this thing dug up, or what's the deal here?
Oh
Or can we
yeah.
spend more
It
time digging?
looks like there has been an intensive effort to dig up underneath this tree. Like there it is. It has been as thoroughly dug around as you think is possible without.
So this
like,
thing is weird, right?
unearthing it. Yeah, it is a non-native species, this big drooping willow. It's at least twice as large as any tree that you found out here in the Golden Hills, and
Yeah.
you sure haven't found any willows.
So, can between me and my rogue friend, maybe like cobble together what we know about nature, like what this thing even is?
Mm-hmm. You know that this is a willow tree.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Or can I figure out why it's red?
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking as well,
Okay.
right? Like, it's not supposed to be here, but like, is it even supposed to be red, right? Like,
you
those are two different things.
begin investigating the causes of this, and you aren't able to pull some like knowledge out of your brains or your rangering background, but after a thorough investigation, you come to realize that near the bottom of this tree, where the kind of digging has stopped, you kind of pull away some dirt, and you see its roots entangled around something, as if grasping it. You clear away some more dirt, and you find the corpse of a human being, a skeleton, if you will, being like strangled almost by the roots. They seem to have dug into this carapace as it lay rotting beneath it.
Well, I guess that's the answer.
What kind of corpse is this? Does it look to be? Is it what mannish size?
It appears to be about human sized. Yeah.
We should take this out.
Are there...
Nothing deserves this.
Is this...
I think they don't mind at this point.
What's that?
Is this the man who was digging, or is this what the digging
like to know.
was for?
That's what I would like to know.
Are there
Either way.
shovels and stuff around? Like, is there equipment that... If someone was digging in the past, is there any equipment or anything like that?
There is not. Although you will note that the skeletons seem to have taken whatever equipment was with them to their dusty graves. Mayhaps they had some beforehand.
Duval will keep a safe distance from the tree.
Okay.
He doesn't really trust this.
It feels like whatever this is cursing this.
I would like to
almost, because there's undead.
I'm sorry,
time, right?
I missed what you said there, Boyd. What was that?
I mean, I was interrupting, but
okay.
Since you asked, I said I'd like to burn the tree.
Oh, okay.
Well, one step at a time, right?
I start like getting my torches and like tinder box out, but I haven't done anything yet.
I turn to the holy man, and I say, "Do you want to perhaps try to consecrate the body? It seems that, like with undead around, that it may be the source of the corruption of this. You'd be willing to try such a thing?"
It is a beautiful tree, and if it can be saved, I would rather not burn it or chop it. I look at my axe. But should a holy spell not work, then perhaps yes. Yes. I don't even know what the process of that would look like mechanically.
There's like no, there's no spell. Never mind.
I think I have detect magic in from Book of Shadows. Sure. I'm not sure if I could use that, even though I've used 2 spells already.
How many spell slots do you have as a warlock?
2, I believe.
2. I think that you are tapped out for the moment.
It's a ritual.
The Book of Shadows is a special thing that lets them use rituals where they otherwise can't.
I wasn't sure if that was...
I don't think you can use a ritual unless you are a Pact of the Tome. I don't think you can ritual cast as...
Right, you wouldn't have a Book of Shadows if you weren't...
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Then you can spend 10 minutes from your tome and ritual cast this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I think Tia pauses when you mention the idea of chopping it down, because it kind of hadn't occurred to her. She's like, yeah, let's burn it. That sounds like a great thing to do. But then it was like, it's unique, rare wood. This might be useful lumber.
Yeah.
You know, that might be valuable.
So,
have you seen timber prices lately? Hell yeah.
You said you want rare materials, guy. Here you go.
So once I start the ritual, I just kind of set stuff up. I'm kind of sitting down. Do I detect anything from the tree itself? I'm not necessarily focusing on the body just yet, just the tree.
Yes. Yes. You get a faint necromantic aura from the tree itself.
And then the body, is it...
The body itself doesn't give you an aura, but there is something underneath the roots of the tree. It's not the skeleton that you can see, but you are getting a transmutation aura from something underneath the tree.
Okay. I will gather the party, again, a safe distance from this tree, because I do not trust it. And I'll tell them, I performed a ritual to detect magic. I sense there is necromancy here. This is not whatever magic this is. It's corrupted, and I don't know if it could still affect us, but I don't believe there's anything of value in keeping this tree around. We should burn it. There may be something underneath it as well. I sense some other magical aura underneath the roots of the tree, not in the skeleton, but I would advise burning the tree down first and foremost, and then if you would like to investigate further...
well, I'm saying retrieve the item underneath, right?
Would a fire not attract potential danger?
Let them come. Can I just, out of character, ask a point of order question? How much later are we planning on going? Because theoretically, I'm not lugging a tree around for a whole session, right? Depending on how much time we're... But if we're let's dig up this tree and haul it back to town as the rest of the session, that's possible, right?
It's a very
how are we gonna get? How would we get it out of the gulch to begin with?
Yeah, I think Duval would not be for anything involving keeping the tree around. He would. I mean, if I sense necromancy here, and there were just skeletons around, and I just wouldn't trust that.
Here's what my thought is with it. Is that at the very least we're going to the Dworkin's Forge, which is, he specifically asked parties before, hey, bring me back useful, cool material, and I'll make some stuff.
You know what this is?
Necromantic wood. Necromantic wood of a willow found in the affected by transmutation magic. Sounds pretty cool. We could try to get what's out from underneath the tree, harvest some of the lumber to take to it, to see if he even cares. And then we can, at your desire, destroy it if you like it from there.
Or sell information on where it is so that they could go grab it for themselves.
Yeah, that too, instead of destroying it.
Okay, I mean...
Steam's not super into destroying it just because. I mean, necromancy is a part of magic, and it's obviously been affected by something else, which I'd like to grab.
Yeah,
I have a compromise that we could consider. We do burn it, but we keep the ash. Huh?
I think if you...
I saw you throwing ash around to use magic earlier.
If the rest of the party wants to preserve the tree, I guess Duval doesn't necessarily care. He just will not go near it, because out of character, it just seems a bit odd that, from what I understand about this tree, there was buried treasure here, and people have been trying to find it. You have a bunch of holes being dug up, and there just so happen to be a bunch of skeletons around this tree. So in my mind, maybe the skeletons were the people who were trying to dig up the treasure, and it just seems really sketchy to me to I just don't want anything to do with the tree, as my character.
I think I've been trying to make up my mind about my character and how he would feel about it, and I think I just landed on it. I think he would say, if the tree truly carries necromantic energy, then it must go.
Can you sense it?
Perhaps I could, but perhaps we should burn it.
Okay.
Necromancy is, after all, the greatest form of greed among magic. It is stealing life. There is stealing material, and then there is stealing life.
Okay.
That is truly cruel. We cannot allow this thing to remain.
Tia is super stoked either way.
Yeah.
She's happy to burn something or just she doesn't care what she's doing.
I like Tia's low-key pyro. She's just like, burning? Burning's good.
What are you talking about, low-key?
I mean, what do you expect from the girl that's just lighting matches and tossing them off the cliff face?
All right, in expediency's sake here, what is the ultimate goal here with this tree? Are we leaving it? Or are we burning it? What's the party's decision?
I I think my vote, or the vote I'd like to put my card down on, is burn it and then try and see if there's anything underneath.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with burning it. Can we grab the thing underneath first so we don't destroy something we don't have to?
Oh, if we can get to it without burning it, yeah. If we can like dig through, but I don't
That's
know.
what I was thinking. Can we try that first? Because I don't want to just burn it down like, oh, cool, a thing you find. Yeah, the fire destroyed it.
It would seem that all those who have tried to dig it out have been cursed. I do not wish to befall the same fate.
I think Duval is going to stand behind Darian because he seems pretty holy, so hopefully that'll kind of shield.
He seems
You
pretty
wish to
holy.
that.
If you wish to dig it up, that is your prerogative. But if I must cut you down as a result, I will.
You
Fine.
two stand back.
Yes,
I got your back.
Cool. I would like to first remove the desiccated corpse, like the corpse that's wrapped around the root. Move that out.
So Seam steps up to take the corpse out from the tree. He uses his hands and He uses his hands and maybe a shovel that was procured earlier. Begins digging away. As you grab at the corpse that has been entwined in these roots, the roots themselves grab onto your flesh and begin to take hold. Please make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Cool. Since I'm like kind of like nearby watching, I feel like I just instinctively throw a firebolt like at where they're sort of connecting as best I can. It probably is nothing, but that's what it is.
15.
All right. You feel a like pull upon your like essence as the roots dig into your arm. You manage to break your arm free and the roots disappear, but you will end up taking 8 points of damage as you see blood and like just mostly blood drain up into these roots as if they were drinking it from you.
Cool. So I get out and I say, cool, I burn it down. I would like to, but first I'd like to like cut off like a section, maybe like a 5-foot section worth of like a branch off of it, something maybe like this just thick, something that I can use for
Probably
like the half of a bow, maybe.
In the shatter, probably.
You can definitely
like
pull one of the branches that came down out of the shatter off the ground.
Yeah, something a decent size, something. You know, something I can
describe a decent size. Like you did this, like what is
like
that?
I'm
the size of a quarter.
Of like whatever the thickness and diameter I would need for like a shaft of like a longbow, maybe. That makes any sense.
Let me do some quick Googling of a willow tree. I'm not entirely certain. I just typed Google into Google, like that was gonna help me. Let me see how thick these are. Because in my brain, they're not that thick. The willow trees that I remember seeing have like really thin, long, kind of weeping branches.
And those are like almost like leaves in a weird way, right? Like the branches are these very... They're flexible, but they do get like pretty thick, and then there's like these sort of dangly, tenderly bits.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, looking at some Google images, there's a lot of dangling bits, but I do see some thicker, stronger branches in there. Sure, you can find a piece roughly longbow sized. Sure thing.
Yep. And then I step away and say, "Cool, destroy it."
Tia, you're up. Go get him.
Yeah.
I take a large step back.
So, I mean, we don't have, like, other wood to start with to start it going, but tinderbox and torches is probably enough to get going. Tell me how much I need to spend.
You can spend, we'll call it...
Pass over a flask of oil.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we'll call it 1 torch and 1 flask of oil, and you will make that happen.
Happy to do that.
Yeah, the dry wood erupts into flames and burns quickly with a lot of gray, like ashen
and I just, like,
smoke.
Continuously throw firebolts at it just because while it burns. Yeah.
Very nice.
Not for any reason, just like cuz, yeah.
Yeah. The tree quickly burns fast and hot with a sickly gray smoke. And sooner than you would even expect, it burns away entirely to ash, almost matching the kind of dusty sediment that the skeletons and their equipment created upon their death.
But the branch doesn't?
No, the branch that was not on fire does not turn to ash.
Sweet.
Correct.
Could I potentially, I don't know how long the time frame's been. Detect magic lasts for 10 minutes, I believe. Could I argue that...
Does it last for 10 minutes or 1 minute?
Or actually, concentration up to 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I think I've been running that wrong.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I just want to see if, now that the tree is burned down pretty much, is there any magic aura that I can see?
Sure enough, the roots burn away to ash as well, and in the kind of loose soil that remains, you can see a... I'm going to call it a pendant, but it looks maybe more like a seed with a kind of thread laced through it. The seed itself is a deep chestnut brown and doesn't have the shape of a regular seed. The seed has formed into something that looks more like maybe a raindrop or a drop of blood. As it lays in the dirt, you can see through your magical eyes the radiating transmutation energy comes from the seed.
Okay, can I pick it up?
You can indeed.
Yeah.
I'd like to offer really quick, Deval, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I had that jar of holy water that I used earlier. I think there's a few drops remaining, probably not enough to really do anything, but I think I'll use my shield to scoop it into there and seal it in the jar and hand it to you.
Oh, I can just use mage hand actually. I think that would shield would work, whatever. Yeah,
you mage hand the seed-like amulet from the ground and place it into the jar of holy water.
Seal it, hand it to you.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm probably going to examine it later or try to see if I can figure out what it is.
While they're doing that, I'm trying to gather up as much of the ash as I can. Does anything weird happen when I start handling it?
Okay. When you handle the ash, it is grainy in a way that wood ash is not. It reminds you of almost something ground, as like in a mortar and pestle, that kind of texture.
Nice. I taste it.
Like
you would you're handling peppering that.
Yeah, I wonder if it has a taste. I imagine.
I don't die or anything though. That's what you're.
You don't die.
Cool.
No.
I just you can visualize that happens. You don't.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So I'm gathering up as much of the ash as I can, separating it from the dirt and all that. I don't know how much I get, but I'm just gonna mark down I have some.
Sure. I don't think that you're getting pounds of ash here. I think you're getting just a quantity.
I'm getting a sample.
Yeah, like a discrete quantity that you can put on your sheet. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So the tree is burned. The amulet recovered. You have spent probably most of the afternoon at this point in the gulch. What is the party's plan here going forward?
I'm talking about how awesome we are. I don't know if we're short resting or not, but...
Do we want to try to get to the Dwarken Forge? It seems to be at the end of this gulch. We might be able to get there, and if that's the case, it's a much safer place to be than Shieldman Gorge. Thoughts?
I'm feeling quite tired and could use the rest.
Yeah, I don't have access to any more spells. I mean, if we want to risk it, but it would be useful maybe to have Shatter.
I feel like we can short rest here, right? Short at least.
Sure. Do that. Do a short rest between all of that, and then finish out the day. 10 minutes,
good.
right?
All right. Yeah, you spend another 10 minutes eating some rations, drinking some water. If you have the hit dice remaining in your pool, you can spend up to 1/2 of your total to regain HP. And you are allowed any class features or spell slots that are associated with a short rest recovery in the player's handbook.
And I would love to just go on about how great we are and that this is the coolest thing awesome and we're great. Can I do that and get an inspiring?
Yes,
check?
you absolutely give your inspiring leader speech about how awesome you guys are and how valiant the skeleton fight was, and
So
everyone.
there's 7 temporary hit points to remind everybody.
They gain their temporary hit points. Absolutely.
And again, just in case people don't know, you can only have the temporary hit points the one time. They don't stack.
Yep.
It re-ups to 7.
Some of us haven't taken any damage yet.
Yeah. I love temporary hit points. They're great.
He brags
honestly,
from behind
I think
the
this move
camel.
is way better than healer is, in my personal opinion. Fight me.
All right. Cool. After the short rest is had, you continue down the gulch, making your way towards the forge.
Yep.
All right. There are no further encounters in the day. You press on until you see a looming mountain in sight as the sun is setting behind you as you're traveling east. Eventually, you get to like the foot of the mountain, and you see that the gulch itself leads to a very clear and easy path, like winding up the mountainside, almost as if this was a road or a passageway at some point up to the mountain.
Are we still seeing the like cobblestones that you mentioned before?
Yes, if you're looking for them, there are cobblestones throughout the gulch. They are broken in many places, some buried or half buried or reclaimed by juniper and grass. But as you continue, you will always be able to find these cobblestones.
So this tracks.
We have a path to follow, and something's been behind us. So we're gonna have as much light as we possibly could going up. Do you want to try to get there? And risk it maybe being halfway up by the time night falls, or do you want to set up camp here?
Let's push on. We can take on anything.
All right.
Yeah, I'm down too.
Cool.
The four of you push on as the sun is setting behind you, climbing up the path of the mountain and making your way towards what must be Dworkin's Forge. You see atop the mountain a kind of low-hanging fog, the like maybe top quarter of the mountain, and it kind of clears at some point during the night, as if it dissipating away. As you're pushing your way up the mountain towards it, you see like an opening up there, backlit by the setting sun and then the stars. As you climb the mountain, what is it like as you push on through the night, climbing up this kind of steep path through switchbacks across the kind of rocky terrain?
I think Darian is very attentive to Theodore. I think Theodore's looking a little more gaunt than he normally does. There has been much magic used today.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just very encouraging and gentle with Theodore, making sure he makes it up the mountain.
Okay.
Yeah. If it looks like the path's getting too treacherous, Seam would recommend we take the rope and tie ourselves together.
Mm-hmm.
So that if one person falls, we can just catch them and pull them up so they aren't going to go tumbling down the side.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tia is hesitant about that. Well, actually, no, she should go along with it. Yeah, never mind. I had a thought, but I take it back.
And yeah, I mean that's Seam's thing is he knows how this goes, but we got to make sure nobody's gonna fall under some loose rock and go plummeting to their doom.
All right. So you are climbing this dark mountain as the stars kind of backlit you. Mm-hmm. There are crude steps kind of like carved into the stones, kind of leading your way on. You spend some time crossing through a fairly narrow passageway up these switchbacks before it leads up into some stone steps ever northward. And as you make the crossroads, the party sees two large, green-skinned humanoids walking down the mountain in the moonlight. And as they turn onto their path, you realize that they are on yours. It seems that you have won the initiative, or at least the awareness of each other first. As they turn the mountains, you see these creatures making their way down the same path that you are going up. What do you do as you spy these things?
Is it dark enough to need a torch or not? I wasn't entirely sure about your description.
Yes. At this point in the night, the sun has well and truly set. You are traveling up the mountain.
I will
in the
be
night.
holding a torch in that case, because
Okay.
I am a human.
Okay, excellent.
I'll mark that down. Okay. But yeah, if I see them, and you said they see us too, right?
You see them, and they do not see you yet. You have seen them first, as it were.
Well, in that case, I will confer with my party first before I start making a fool of myself.
I will like, hey, I think it's time for me to like, hey, I'm gonna give some extra insurance. I'd like to summon my giant goat.
Okay,
What?
you summon your giant goat.
I was just gonna say hi. Is that
Boom!
is that
There you go, giant goat summoned.
Yay!
You have the. Wait, I'm sorry. Which of the statues do you have? You have the riding goat.
I have the Terraval goat. I have the one that's just a giant goat I can control for
There you go. Perfect.
a bit. Yeah,
You should be able to pull the giant goat stat block from the monsters in the Gold Hills.
yeah, it's under a gold hill, right?
Yep. It's under Gold
Yep.
Hills and monsters.
Mhm.
Yep.
And and then if they start like coming at us with ill intent, I inform the goat to charge them and give them a good old headbutt.
I'm asking you if it's okay to say hi.
Yeah,
and
I was gonna
I
say
don't
yeah,
know.
say hi. I'm just if it tries to attack us, I'm gonna give it the good old goat horns.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So if I'm not being told not to do that,
Mhm.
I will do the same thing I did with the ogre earlier, and I'll switch to giant, and I'll just be like, "Hail!"
All right. You go.
Are you
Hail! Yeah. You
Telling
speak
people
out.
they're lost, that's very funny to me.
You speak out to these creatures, and they look up, noticing your fire perhaps for the first time, and you hear them utter in this kind of under-giant, kind of guttural language, but close enough to giant that you understand them say to each other, "Food!" And they begin rushing towards you.
Food.
Yes,
Dragons.
everyone, I would love for you to
Like
roll
that.
me into initiative here against these creatures.
All right, I'll have to wait for my turn. Fine.
Does my held goat action go off?
You sure? Why not?
Sure. It charges and headbutts.
All right.
All right, it charges and headbutts. Go
Okay.
ahead and roll me an attack against Troll AC.
Uh-huh. And then hits cool, so what is that? Oh no.
Your goat like trips on the stairs and comes like sliding up next to the troll, unable to strike it. And with that, everyone has everyone rolled initiative actually?
I have not.
I didn't
Uh,
sleep
I
it
still
the
have to.
first time, so can I take the 20? Yeah.
Can you take the 20? Oh, why do
rolled
you
a
have 2
20,
initiatives?
Because I didn't select.
Oh,
my
yeah,
turn.
yeah. Take your first one. That's fine. Yeah. Who am I
Yeah.
missing? Duval. Can I get an initiative from you?
Yeah, sorry, my window froze up.
Oh, no worries then.
And then...
Yeah, I'm very happy to have finally rolled high because I had immediate response to what they were saying. So, great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just kind of rolled right over you trying to get to some action. Sorry.
No, it's great.
All right. Well, fortunately enough, Tia, you are... Oh, hold on. Let me reorder. The goat came in here late. There we go. Tia, you are the first to react as they shout food and the goat rushes forward and they start rushing. What do you do?
Yeah, I respond back, not food, dragons, or something like that. And I want to like take the torch forward and like swing it through the darkness and leave a trail behind it. And can I use minor illusion to make like a gout of flame come off? Like I'm like I do like the fire breathing thing, but it's like the minor illusion creates the extra fire effect.
And then you illusion some magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
I like theatrically breathe into the fire, and then minor illusion create like a big gout of flame that comes out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
You theatrically produce a huge gout of flame. Other than look fucking cool, is there any purpose to this?
Yeah, I want to intimidate them. I want them to be like, oh, wow, we don't stand a chance against these bad
guys. All right. Give me that intimidation check.
Come on, one time.
Ooh. Oh, 23, hold on.
Which I might, because I did do a cool thing. It would be 28 with an natural
advantage for a cool thing.
Cool.
You know what? It's not gonna matter. You have successfully intimidated one of these trolls. And it is the troll's turn, and this troll is like, nope, and it runs its way up the mountain. Alright. This troll, however, is not so impressed, as he has been attacked, and he is gonna get himself some goat meat. He looks at this giant goat, and he is going to make some attacks. He gets 3 attacks. Sick.
Can I suggest that I am more intimidating because trolls are scared of fire because it can kill them?
That is why that one of the trolls.
That's why it works. Okay,
yeah,
cool. Awesome.
Yeah, straight.
We're gonna burn this troll to death, and they're gonna be really sad they didn't run away.
All right. First attack against the goat is a 17. Yep. That'll hit goat AC for 11 slashing damage.
And it's alive.
Second attack against the goat is a 19. That'll hit goat AC for 6 slashing damage.
It's alive.
All right, it's going to make a bite attack next. But I don't have a bite attack in the compendium, weirdly enough. Do I have one here? +7 to hit, same as the claws. 1d6 + 4 piercing damage. Okay, so I'm going to roll claws, and then I'm going to roll a different damage. So 16, that'll hit goat AC.
And
it's got like 2 HP at this point.
It's gone.
Right. It takes, just for the fun of it, 5 points of damage.
Barely dead.
Barely dead. All right. And with that, it closes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Does it have 40 movements? It is 30. That's all it moves. All right. Darian, you see this thing just mow through the giant goat and come rushing towards you as its friend runs away. What do you do?
All right. Okay, one moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot, I don't think I can... I'm just gonna link this weapon that I have, the Minotaur's Charge.
Yes.
Once per day, I may do a Minotaur Charge, doubling my movement speed in a straight line, granting +3 to hit and doubling damage dice on a hit.
Absolutely.
I don't exactly have a straight line, but I suppose I could like sidestep over here and then.
I think I think you can find that straight line fairly easily. Absolutely. You come rushing forward, imbued with the magic of the Minotaur, and go ahead and make that roll to hit, baby.
All right, with +3, that is a 19.
The 19 hits.
And then I will double damage dice, so I roll another d12.
Yes, please.
So that'll be 19 slashing.
19 slashing. Excellent. The troll is slashed deep and bloody. You see a green kind of pulp oozing down from its torso, but it is still quite healthy despite your magical attack.
Okay. Shield at the ready.
All right. Excellent. Seam, it is your turn. You see the charge of Darian across the land. What do you do?
Well, I see Darian be very heroic, and I'm like, I like that. I want to do that too. So I pull out a magic crossbow bolt.
Okay.
And I will take a shot with it.
All right.
With a -4.
You use one of the ruined arrows. Go ahead and give me that roll to hit.
12.
16 minus 4 is 12. What is troll AC? That's close, actually. Oh no, it's not close at all. Actually, AC 15. Your arrow strikes the troll and then like bounces off into the cliffside before exploding there. As the troll itself is unfazed.
Well, that was my turn.
All right, Giant Goat is dead. I'm gonna delete him. Duval, it is your turn as you see this explosive arrow strike the cliffside. You Eldritch Blast it. Your energy slings out at the creature, but it is unfazed by your magics this time. Tia, it is your turn. What do as you see this creature unfazed by the attacks of your companions?
It's time to use a firebolt, which I know is like very unimpressive after what I just did, but what you gotta do,
No, your firebolt strikes the cliff in front of you. You just had a bad angle on it, unable to strike the troll. All right, and with that, it is the troll's turn. At the start of its turn, you can see its wounds closing up around it. It feels like it's regenerating in front of you. It looks at Darian in front of it, and it raises its claws to attack you. The first with an 18. Will that hit Darian?
That is my AC.
That's okay. That's what I thought. Please take 11 slashing damage.
All right, there goes the 7 temp HP and -4 more.
Perfect. It follows up with its second claw with a 10 that will not hit you, and then it makes a bite attack with a 17 missing. Excellent. And it will. I guess it really doesn't have anywhere great to move. It's just kind of chilling. All right, Darian. You see
the high ground.
It does. What do?
Yeah, I think like immediately after it goes in for the bite and I block, I'm immediately gonna bring my axe to bear against. I'm gonna go for like the shoulder or neck with a 25 for 12 more slashing damage.
Excellent. You slash into it, like striking deep into its collarbone before your axe is stopped. You pull it out to a spray of green viscera. You know you've struck true.
Its wounds are regenerating all at once, please. I cannot hold long.
Excellent. Very good. Seam, it is now your turn once again. You hear the cries of Darian. What do?
Once again, but no runic bolt this time.
The 13 will miss. Your bow shot strikes the creature's hide, but it is too tough.
Trying here. Yeah, that's it.
Duval, what do?
I will hit it with Ray of Enfeeblement.
Ooh, very nice.
Much appreciated.
So you need to make a spell attack to strike the creature. So go ahead and just click Eldritch Blast like we did before. It's the easiest way to probably do it. And we'll see if you hit the creature with your Ray of Enfeeblement. You do. Excellent. Your black beam of energy strikes the creature. Darian, you see it like shrink down, like hunch over, like sloppily as it is enfeebled by the magics of Davari. Excellent. It is enfeebled. We will make it like, I don't know, a snail. That seems enfeebled. Tia, you see this creature shrink down from the black magics of your friends. What do?
So I decided to take a different tactic. I'm gonna try something that probably won't work, but we're gonna try it anyway. I pull out a dagger as I run forward, and during my movement, I'm gonna be holding the dagger in my torch, just in case that helps. I don't know.
Heat it up a little.
Yeah, maybe it'll do something. I don't know. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I will move up. And I can move through Darian, right?
Yes.
That's totally fine.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think I'll get him over here-ish, just because I'm extra. And I will attack with the dagger, but then can I also try and hit them with the torch?
Yeah, I think so. You should be
like
able
an
to.
improvised
You should be able to bonus action and make an offhand.
Yeah, I was just
strike.
wondering if that, like, you have rules for hitting things with torches, because it's not by the. They really should have an official rule.
Oh, do they? Are you not?
Thing.
You can absolutely hit a thing with a torch. That is.
Of course you can, but like, there's no like. There's
Okay,
nothing in the
yeah.
book that tells you how it works, right?
Everything's a D6 in my brain. D6 fire damage for torch.
Sweet.
And
All
it'll
right,
be
so I'll
it'll
start
be
with
like
the
a
dagger.
melee. It'll be a melee attack, so plus strength, like
Yeah.
a normal thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I will use
I
a
thought they
dagger.
had torch damage.
Wow, my dagger missed.
I thought they did
And then-
too.
The torch text says if you make a melee attack with a burning torch and hit, it deals 1 fire damage.
Oh, it does 1 fire damage. Oh,
Hey,
okay.
that's enough, right?
Sorry.
But it is a strength, not a dexterity. So
It is a strength, yeah.
Switch to my strength for my offhand. No, I'm just doing awful.
No, you swing with your dagger, you swing with the torch, and your display earlier was impressive, but your skills seem to have diminished since then.
Yeah.
Alright. The troll will begin to regenerate again. You see where your axe had cleaved through its collarbone. The flesh knits back together, and it becomes a haler and a heartier. Alright. It is a weakened. What does that do to its attack roll?
Half
it loses.
damage.
It loses. No. It does half damage. I know that, but it loses strength.
Only half damage if it's a weapon attack. That's all it says.
That's it.
Just reduces the damage.
It deals only half damage. Use strength. Oh, I thought it lost strength. Okay, no, that's fine. That works for me. It will make attacks, and it will start to split them up. It likes to hit everyone. It's that kind of guy. The first attack will come at Darian with a 23. So please take half of 11, so 5 points of slashing damage. And then it will make a follow-up claw attack at Tia with an 11 missing. And then it will bite at... Oh, who's that? That is Darian. It will bite at Darian with a 17,
Miss.
not hitting you. Excellent.
Nice.
That brings it to your turn, Darian. Oh, wait. At the end of its turn, it'll save against Ray of Enfeeblement.
Yeah.
Successfully. It no longer is enfeebled after that turn. All right, Darian. You see it shake off its spell. What do you do?
I'll say, Tia, it has regrown its strength. Stay close to me. And I will move a scooch closer to Tia, and then I will continue my salvo of attacks. This time with a 25.
That'll
or
hit.
another 9.
Excellent.
Is
Your
it-
axe. Huh?
This close up, so I've cut it through it 3 times now as it's kind of stitching itself back together. Do I see the wounds completely closing, or does it feel like I'm making progress?
It feels like you're making progress, but it is slow progress at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. We don't have much time. It is reclaimed its strength quickly.
All
Trying.
right. And with that, we have Seam. What do you do?
Again, I say.
All right.
Nice.
There you go.
Are you sharpshooting?
I was sharpshootering, yeah.
Okay, so that that still
every
hits.
shot will be every shot will be unless specified. So
Ruined bow?
no.
No. Okay.
No.
13 to hit.
23 damage.
23, correct. 23 damage, not to hit. Perfect. Your crossbow bolt flies true. It strikes it deep in its abdomen somewhere, in a vital organ. The players up close can see leaking from this crossbow bolt wound this black ichor, just truly disgusting and foul.
Yeah. And then as bonus action, I'll just pull out an oil flask and present it to Dare? What's your name again? Duval? Duval.
Okay. Duval, you are presented with this flask as your initiative comes up. What do you do?
I'm sorry, it cut out. What was the flask?
I'm passing you. I'm trying to pass you an oil flask.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was cutting
You're
off.
good.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, I was just gonna Eldritch Blast it.
All right. That is your call. Hey, there we go. Your eldritch energy comes flying forth towards the troll, but unfortunately, its hide proves too thick for your magics, as it leaves but a scratch upon the troll's hide. Excellent. That is Davari. That brings us around to the top. Tia, what do you do?
I didn't feel great about the stab and torch. Based on this thing's stature, do I think that I could back up without provoking an AO? Does it have reach?
Oh, it has it has reach. Yeah, it'll get you.
Right. So if I back up, I'm not leaving its threat range, so I don't provoke AO. Sweet. I will back up and interpose Darian between me and it, and I will fire a firebolt.
All right. Excellent.
Once I hit, there it is. Dang it! What the heck?
With a 10, your firebolt goes wide as you crouch behind Darian. You can't get the correct angle on him. All right. The troll is up next. You see its wounds stitching back together. The arrow pushes out as the ichor stops coming from its side. And now it only has a single target that is convenient for it to hit, and so it will go after Darian. With its claws, it strikes you with an 18. Please take 9 slashing damage from the first claw. The second claw rakes at you, missing with a 16. And then it follows up with an attempt to bite at you. With a 21.
Oh, no.
All right. I have to remember what the damage is. It's 1d6 plus 4.
Oh god. Don't roll max.
7 points of damage. All right. It sounds like Darian is still up. The claws, the bites. There's blood flying as Darian is weakened by the troll's onslaught. What do you do?
I think he a knee drops as he's very bloodied, single digit HP remaining, and I think he's just gonna bear through it and let out a ferocious roar, swinging one more time, and says, "This is it! Kill it or die!"
All right.
And I will cut into it with another 25, this time for 15.
15 slashing. Excellent. Your axe comes slashing in. You've done 15 slashing damage to the creature. Roll me a d20, please.
Ooh, sure.
Oh no.
A 10.
All right. Nothing happens other than your axe comes slashing into it, striking the creature, and green blood comes splattering against the wall behind you.
And I'm going to step over here to block the stairs.
Okay. Oh. Excellent. As Darian slashes the creature and blocks the stairs, Seam, it is your turn. What do you do?
How's this thing looking?
This thing has healed for 30. Okay, so hold on here. This is 9, this is 2, so that's 11 total damage. And then this is -1 damage, so at 10. And then 33, 43, 48. It's not bloodied. It looks pretty good.
Okay. Well, I'm going to step up with...
Oh, hold on.
A shot.
It is... I misread my numbers. At 48, it is just bloodied. The most recent slash has bloodied this creature.
Yeah, perfect. Nice. Okay, I'm going to take the flask I was offering before, take a couple of steps up, just outside of range of this thing, and I'm going to light and throw an oil flask.
Okay. You light the flask with an action and hurl it towards the creature.
Yep.
Please make me a thrown weapon attack.
Yeah. So that should be just same as longbow. Okay, so normal. 14?
14 misses. Oh. Yes, the flask like bounces off the creature and it just doesn't break on its flesh, and then it like splashes on the ground in front of it or something, or off to the side.
Okay. Gotcha. I mean, that's my turn.
All right, excellent. Duval, you see the flask of oil thrown and just not quite hit the mark on the creature. What do you do?
Can I... A throw is an action, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think I still have one spell remaining from the short rest, so I will use... Darian, how far are you from the... You're like right up in its face, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't use Shatter.
Yes, you can. You can just center it so it doesn't hit Darian.
Okay. No. I'm debating which one would work better. Sorry.
It has high con. It doesn't have. It has low mental stats.
Low mental.
I somehow have paper on my lip. I don't know how that happened.
Hey, Greg, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When that explosive rune arrow bounced off the troll and like hit the side of the mountain, how's the mountain looking?
You want to cause a landslide?
No, we don't want that.
The landscape of the battlefield for a moment.
Oh shit! The bolt nat 20'd the mountain. The mountain's in bad shape. There's like cracks forming. There's like maybe some pebbles. The mountain took some damage.
Okay. I will use. I'm just gonna use Shatter then.
All right, you use Shatter, and you center it away from your companions so that only your thunderous magic strikes at the troll. Go ahead and roll me that Shatter so we can see the damage, and the troll will use its con save here.
Sorry, I have one question before I do that.
Yes, sir.
I want to target it away from the party, obviously, but how... the troll's currently on like kind of a path alongside the mountain. How steep is the drop under him? Is it kind of like
this kind of whole so if we look at this kind of drop here is what you're talking about. It's kind of it's at its highest point here, and it's kind of sloping down towards you. So where he's standing, this is probably like 5 or 10 feet at most, right? Like he's almost to the bottom of that path.
All right. Yeah, I'll hit him with Shatter.
Okay, then. Excellent. Go ahead and roll that for the damage, and he will fail his Constitution save. So he will take 15 points of thunder damage. Thunder damage.
Is that a wall right here, Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah, would the wall collapse at all? Because, I mean, the tree did.
Let's make a wall save. I'm gonna so I'm gonna give the mountain a +5 to its save.
Disadvantage because of the force bolt?
No, I think the reason you're rolling it is because there's a force bolt.
Okay.
We bought the opportunity to do
Yeah.
Keep in mind, it's only like a 5-foot slope, so it's not really a mountain. It's more of like a hill at most.
No, we're talking about the wall.
Well, so
maybe
this slope,
2, you know?
so this slope here is like 5 feet, right? But like this is a mountainside, right? Like this is a lot of rock.
This is the thing where you succeed and it ends up falling on us.
All right, RD20 +5. Let's see if the mountain saves. DC 13 save. The mountain saves. Some pebbles fall. The cracks widen as your thunderous magic erupts around it, but it does not cause a landslide. All right, Tia. It is your turn as the mountain trembles around you from the shattering magic of the warlock. What do you do?
I consider a whole bunch of stuff, but I just use Firebolt because we gotta get some fire damage on this thing.
All right. You hit with your Firebolt. Excellent.
Do it.
For 7 more damage. So it was at 48.
Fire damage, yes.
Yeah. No time.
Okay, it is burned. You see your fire singe across it, and as it becomes its turn, the creature does not regenerate. You maybe see a moment of fear in its eyes as it looks at you, but then it looks...
I'm like, yeah, I was just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
Then I like get mad at myself, like, oh, that was stupid. I shouldn't have said that.
You see a little bit of fear, but then you see it sniff, and it looks at the injured Darian, and it sees its dinner.
I stare back
Greg,
over the tip of my shield.
Yeah. Greg, before we go forward, I'm not sure, just because I heard you say numbers. Did you already do shatter damage? Because you said it was already at 48.
I did, yep.
Okay, cool. Want to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Greg, let's do this.
The first claw is a 17 against you. It misses. The next claw is a 20. Darian, it strikes you for 10 slashing damage.
Oh, I'm down.
All right, Darian goes down. With its bite attack, it doesn't bite Darian as so much as it picks Darian up.
Oh, no.
And it begins to move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's food in its hands. It races back up the mountain. Darian, you're bleeding out in the arms of a troll. Please make me a death saving throw.
Sure, where'd the button go?
I think that it's on the top of the character sheet.
Can I send the troll thoughts through my warlock ability? Just like, oh, this dude's not going to be tasty. You should just leave him behind.
I'm just gonna roll.
I lied. Where is the death saving throw on this?
I don't even
sheet?
see it.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm just gonna roll a d20.
Yeah, that works.
That's a pass.
Okay. So do you see under temporary hit points? There's like your hit dice, and then there's like a box next to it for death saves.
Yeah.
The text.
Well, I see the successes and failures, but they take up the whole box.
But if you hover your mouse over the word death saves, it turns red.
I don't see that word though.
Maybe it's like a zoom thing. Like if you zoomed in, it might have like restructured the size of them. I don't know. That's just a guess.
There should be the word death saves under successes and failures. That's where you would roll it from.
Okay.
But that is one success for you. Seam, you see Darian's unconscious body scooped up by the trolls. It races away. What do you do?
Oh, hell no. I will move 35 feet, wherever that may land me.
Okay.
Not that far. Make that 30 feet.
Okay.
Gotta stay out of range. And I will take another shot with my crossbow at it.
Sure thing.
And I will use a force bolt.
Okay, you're gonna use one of the ruined bolts. Excellent.
Yep. Okay, -4.
22. Yeah, that'll hit. 22 will hit.
Yep. So +10 to this and 2d8. 7, 17.
Hold on, it's gonna matter. I think. Let me do the math on his hit dice.
I mean, it'll definitely matter, but I don't know if it's gonna kill him.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Your +10 is enough. You fell the troll. Your bolt races out, striking the troll right in the back of the head. An explosion of force rocks the mountain. Some pebbles fall around you as the troll falls dead on the ground. Excellent.
I move up to my down party member and would feed it a good berry if possible.
That is an additional action. Yeah.
Okay.
Duval, do you have any action you can take this turn as the troll has fallen?
I think. Well, I mean, yeah, Eldritch Blast. I think is the only one.
Okay, all right. Well, there's no need to Eldritch Blast the creature.
He's dead. He's not just.
Well, he has dropped to 0 as a troll.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said he like fell over.
Well, okay. So if he were not a troll, he would be dead. But he is a troll and has not taken acid or fire. I'm being very helpful. He has not taken acid or fire damage yet.
Sorry about that.
So he could regen. So I was asking, like, is there an action that you can take? Or are you just kind of like waiting to see if he pops back up?
I'll just hit it with an Eldritch Blast to make sure. I mean, it can't hurt.
Yeah, sure, it can't hurt. Why not? He is fallen on the ground, so you're gonna have disadvantage on your ranged attack. Oh, okay. Your agonizing blast will miss the troll, unfortunately. Alright. Tia, the troll has fallen with your unconscious companion in its hands. What do you do?
I will scoot my way over to there. Maybe I'll even use a cunning action to dash for the first time in its entire game.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I have that.
Are you? You're a multi-class thief sorcerer. Very nice.
Yeah, I've basically just been acting like a level 1 sorcerer with extra hit points this game.
Very nice.
And do I need to roll to try and just like press a torch into this thing's?
Yes. You will roll with advantage over the creature.
I have to roll. Okay. Wish me luck. Okay. I mean, it's gonna be strength, right? I can't sub that out. So, wish me luck. 18.
Your 18 hits. You do critical damage with your torch. So you do 2 points of fire damage to the troll.
Roll the D1 twice.
Roll the D1 twice. Yeah.
2 D1 damage.
Wait.
All right. And with that, the troll begins its turn with 0 HP and cannot regenerate. It officially dies.
Oh.
All right. Darian, you are unconscious and bleeding out. Please give me a death saving throw.
Sure. I've like reloaded my sheet multiple times, and the button is eluding me, so I'll just continue with my wisdom saves.
I would guess it's browser zoom level if you haven't checked that, but I don't know if that's true or not.
That is a success. That's 2 successes. Seem, it is your turn. What do you do?
I feed my good man a good berry.
All right. You smash a magic berry all over his mouth, run some juices down his throat.
Dribble the juice.
And
mixed with a ton of blood that's just covering my face and beard.
Yeah.
You just drown in blood and die. That's what happens. Yeah.
And Darian, you awake with a single hit point clutched in the arms of a dead troll.
And that's why we keep spares.
Shoves the arm off me and just kind of like rolls over onto rocky ground, and I just like heave, breathing heavily on my back, looking up at the stars. Yes.
Oh, you made it. We won.
We did it.
Was anyone else injured?
No, we good.
It's just you. Yeah. Good job.
Very good.
And then the second troll returns. No.
Fuck.
Yeah, everyone remember that I one-shot that other troll.
So, with Darian recovered, I need to know what's the plan, gang. Are you pushing on to try to reach that opening at the top of the mountain you saw?
How close are we?
You are about halfway up the mountain at this point.
Sounds like we're almost there. And then we're safe for sure. We're not safe just sitting here, obviously.
Yeah, we're not safe here, obviously. That's a good point.
Yeah,
we're going at fast speed, right?
I'd like to send my familiar to scout out just the rest of the way up, the Raven.
All right.
Cool.
You send your Raven on a scouting, and the rest of you push your way forward. The Raven never returns with word of danger, and after many hours of pushing up this mountain, as you are approaching dawn of the next day, you reach near the summit, almost maybe a mile or 2 from the peak that you can now see in sight. And you come across an enormous entrance to the mountain top. It looks almost as if it was dwarven crafted, like a tunnel deep into the mountain, but it is many times the size of a man, much larger than any dwarven structure that you would have ever seen. And there is like this clear imprint of some kind of scene etched into the walls of the tunnel as it extends deeper into the mountain itself. As you approach, you reach this point, you hear the rattling of chains inside this tunnel echoing out to you. And as you hear this and approach the tunnel, I'm going to take our second break here, as we've been playing for about 2 hours. And I will see you guys in about 5 minutes as we see what's on the other side of this tunnel. See you soon. And welcome back to Twitch chat to the third part of Land Beyond the Mist session 27. The party has just climbed the mountain through the night, fought off some trolls, and now stand before the entrance deep into the mountain as you hear the rattling of chain within. Do you enter? What do you do as you approach this entrance and hear the sounds of chains?
We had to go inside, right? This is where the Dworkin is supposed to be. We talk to him. Darian, I believe it was you that had gone to this location before. If I remember your stories, we had gone inside and the Dworkin, which was a giant dwarf, had been inside and was, while chained there eternally, was very helpful and was requesting like strange and exotic materials to work with.
So it should be safe then.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go in.
All right. You enter this this opening in the mountainside, and sure enough, the floor more so than the walls is this like almost dwarven-inspired image that is showing the forging of something great, and then as you are walking down it, you see materials being brought, and this creature working on the forge, and then you see a center floor open up from the tunnel that you're in, and the engraving becomes gold, lining the floor, and this golden image shows a great smith handing a crown of 7 blood drops to this center figure of a lord, as there are 7 figures receiving this crown. Here in the center stage, you see mounds of treasure and metals and odd valuables in a corner, as there are a wall of utensils like tongs and hammers and bellows and other tools of the forge hanging on a nearby wall, all of them immensely oversized, as big as a man each, and all of them glowing faintly of a bluish kind of metal, a tinged blue that is almost unnatural to your eyes. They hang above an enormous flame, like a forge with a furnace that is dim at the moment. There are only embers and small coals inside, and a stack of wood lies next to it to be burned. And there is a tunnel passageway deeper in, and from this passageway is where you hear the rattling of chains. Not long after you enter this main room and see the sights within, the sounds of chains grow louder, and you see an enormous dwarf, the size of a giant, but the proportions of a dwarf. It looks less like a cloud giant, and more like a dwarf that had grown too many times, towers over the rest of you. Its ankle has the same bluish metal in like a prisoner's anklet, and a long chain leading down into the darkness from where it came from. It peers at the 4 of you as it enters, and grumbles to itself, "More visitors," as it makes its way over to start stoking the furnace of its forge.
Mighty Dworkin, we have heard tales of you and your smithing capability, and would seek your counsel.
The dwarf giant kind of casually looks over its shoulder. "The last ones that came here spoke the language of the slaves. What do you want?" And he throws the wood into the flame, just feeding it.
What is the language of the slaves? How would you prefer that we address you?
Your tongue is sour. I prefer, well, my own, but no one speaks it. Maybe that will fool nobody. I don't know what he knows and what he doesn't know. Throws more wood into the fire. Address me as you can. What counsel do you want? What do you offer for counsel? Throws more into the fire until it becomes a raging, like, blaze. And this gray-white smoke begins tracking its way through the room and then back up the entranceway from which you came.
We have heard that you seek exotic materials for use in your craft. Would the harvested remnants of beasts such as Puritans?
Oh, you think so small. I have tasked others to bring me material already.
What is that you seek?
I desire the bones of titans. He then walks over, stomping, and grabs just fistfuls of, like, gold and gems and diamonds from his pile and just throws it into the fire to let it begin melting down.
Nice. Would you perhaps look for the bones of a dragon? Does that more suit your desires?
I could work with them.
We yet seek such a creature to find out and vanquish. My dear Dworkin, you seem to be dying. You not yet know. No, we must seek a remedy.
Dworkin is yet to learn to drink like a fish. The mighty ale of Dworkin is powerful.
The new holy water.
Wait, no.
It purifies all.
Wait, no. Would you perhaps know the location of such a creature so that we may out and seek its body for work in your forge?
No, I have not left this place. He kind of jingles the chain around his leg. Far too long to know anyone's location. If you're so keen on having me make something for you, why don't you let me work your bones, huh? They might have something of value. Kind of squints at you. Maybe not.
It's the elf in me. Too brittle.
Why do you not work your own bones and free yourself?
He holds up his hand, his offhand, and you see that he is missing 3 fingers on it. And he says,
"Oh, wow.
It is a terrible price to work your own bone, but it can be done."
I certainly didn't come here to implore your service as a smith, but your offer does intrigue me.
Well, let's see here. You're quite small. Be hard to make anything of value without using your whole body. Do you need your body? Perhaps you would be better suited as a head.
Perhaps. I'm looking for dragons, but you do not know where they lay.
I have not seen one in some time.
We had also seen...
Is the one with so many heads still around? Awful woman. What was her name? She had all these colors. Hated her.
Serpentor?
Nah, it didn't ring a bell.
Oh.
Tiamat?
It sounds about right.
Yeah, I think Tia blushes a bit. She knows about Tiamat. She was named after her.
Oh, that makes sense. Dworkin nods sagely. He's like, I never like her. I was happy when she got kicked out.
Who imprisoned you? And how can we help free you?
You can't. Look at you, you're so scrawny.
Duval will speak up and ask, are the chains that bind you magical, or are they non-magical? I don't know. Magical.
Of course they are. I made them myself.
Why would you make your own chains?
It was required of me, and so it was done. From these bones. He holds up his hand once again.
What did you do to deserve such a fate?
It's not so much what I did as what I could do.
What was
hold on. Oh, sorry. You, sir, are not very forthcoming with answers. You speak in vagaries. No, that's not the right word. You speak vaguely. And cryptically.
Dworkin, if we were to free you, what would you do? Where would you go?
Oh, I'd go see the city. It's been a long time since I saw my own handiwork.
Do you wish to be free?
It doesn't matter what I wish.
I pull out my crossbow. Was this one of your making? It seems of similar design to your aesthetic, at very least.
No. The slaves made that. Shoddy craftsmen, them.
I see.
Darian, do you have the teardrop that we found beneath the tree?
Yes, I'll pull out my... It's in a jar of holy water, so I'll pull it out and just kind of place it in front of him and ask, do you know what this is? We found it beneath a red willow tree. Its roots consumed the bodies of... or had consumed the body of a person seeking treasure and almost consumed the body of one of our companions.
Nope. Can't say I do.
Okay, I will pick it up and put it back.
It's not depicted here. And I, gesture over to the, crown with the teardrop you described. These are unrelated?
Just because it has that symbol doesn't mean I know of it. It's not my symbol, they just wanted me to craft it.
Dworkin, you seem really down. Is everything okay?
Have you considered counseling as a resource?
You who live but a second of my lifespan would offer me counseling. Sure, little ones.
Well, Dworkin, I don't know if I can for you, but I'm willing
you
to make an
cannot,
attempt.
I promise you.
Well, alright then. Do you know of a key or something that could for you?
Mayhaps. I do not know. The crown of the great king, perhaps.
Would nobody be able to remove the enchantment?
You think you can remove my enchantment? How arrogant. Oh! Nobody.
Would nobody? They seem
I don't know. No, I doubt it. Nobody is a record keeper. Not a spinner of magics. Perhaps he would. If any being in this strange, forsaken place could undo the binds that I have made, it would be somebody that nobody knows.
We are told by nobody to seek them out in a temple and far beyond the sands.
Sand. It has been a long time. I do not know of any sands.
Tell me, When you've used your own bones, did you perhaps take a piece from here? You've got such a chip on your shoulder, sitting here, just not answering our questions, complaining about, the state of things
I have
of your
been
life.
entirely truthful with you, Ant. Tell me, would you like me to work your bones? We'll see if you're worth any value.
I don't want anything from you. You're just a sad old giant dwarf.
Dworkin, we came all this way just to see you, I was...
He doesn't want to be seen.
At least offer us some dwarven ale, come on.
This is just a stop on the way.
It is
Night's rest is all I really wanted.
No, Tia, we say that to him to butter him up, get on his good side.
There's no buttering a man like this up. He's hardly a man. He's just a wet sop. I'm done here. And I'm gonna head back out towards where Theodore is outside.
Okay.
Well, who brings you the supplies?
Other ants came here some time ago. They wanted me to work them something great, and I told them to bring me the bones of titans. I suppose if you were to bring me bones of titans, I would work them. I crave something to work. These metals they paid me with were soft and worthless. I make them and remake them every day, but I need something better, something to hone my talents.
So there is something you want.
Do the slaves still live?
Who's to say?
Dworkin, when we came through the gulch leading to your mountain, we came upon a waystone. It mentioned a dwarven hold nearby, as well as a great lake. Do you know of these landmarks, and if there's anything of significance there?
Underneath the burning mountain is where we kept the slaves. That's probably where you're looking for. The lake itself, I don't know why you would want to go there. Nothing but water. Oh, I don't know. There are people that lived underneath it. Are you searching for the strange ones that... I don't even know what to make of them. They sing to the stars every night. They haven't made a single thing in a millennia. I don't know if they even live. I don't know what value you could find beneath the waves.
Okay, out of character, I would like to try Shatter at least once. But I believe I need to rest. Or, Greg, would that matter? Can I just,
You would need to rest before you could cast another spell as a warlock, yeah?
Okay. Could we...
Dworkin.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, could we do a rest then? Unless anyone else had questions.
I was going to say, Dworkin, can we rest here? Would you mind if we get weary from the travel here? May we rest here and...
Do as you like. Don't want to go back there. And then he turns to his now, melting, burning, globules of gold and silver and gems, and he just pulls it out of the flames with his hands, and he's pouring it on his forge before taking out his tools and begins going to work. As you rest here, each of you can see the great forge flame, and each pound of his hammer, each blow of his bellows is almost rhythmic and magical. As you watch it, as you are near it, as you hear it, your pulse syncs up with each blow that he makes. Your breath comes and goes with each fall of his mighty hammer. As he crafts, you lose track of time, and you can feel each beat from the forge pulse out around you as much as if the wind or the air itself was beating upon you with the same rhythm and blow that he makes. You feel your own magics grow wild and spark around you. You're almost in time with each beat of his mace. You find yourself almost holding your breath each time he stops to pick up another tool or something else until the rhythm and the dance starts again. This goes on for like hours at a time. Smoke billows out, fills the room almost completely. As you can't hardly see in front of you, but you know with certainty each and every move the great smith makes as the smoke billows out of this like small opening and up around the tops of the mountains. Eventually, his work is done. And you see that he has produced almost flawless, like flowing gown of gold and silver and gems beaten out on the forge of him, which he takes, looks at, and without a word throws it back into the flames to melt down anew. As this finally comes to a stop, you slowly all return to your senses, and after the performance, maybe find yourselves having rested some.
Okay. Do you mind describing, like, the chains, the setup? Is it connected to him via like a handcuffs almost, and then
yeah?
Up
So
to the wall?
there's like an ankle. I don't know. You know those prison movies where they have the kind of ball and chain around their ankle? They have that like iron,
shackles. Or
like a shackle. Exactly. It's a shackle around one of his legs, and from the shackle comes these like big links, almost as big as a person each one, and this giant chain snakes its way back through the main kind of area that you are into some deeper tunnel deeper in.
Okay.
Oh. Because I don't think Shatter will work on a magical chain. I might be wrong on that, but I was planning on just like hitting it at the point that it connected to the stone wall. Maybe we could,
You don't see where it connects
that.
to anything in this room. It snakes down into kind of a deeper tunnel. One of the very same tunnel he kind of pointed to before all of this started, where he said, "You probably don't want to go down there."
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's up to the party then, because I can try it on the just the chain itself. But if we want to go down that hall, we could.
Let's ask him a couple more questions real quick.
Yeah, do I have a chance to approach? I have this like scene in my head where Tia approaches Dwork and says, "Watching you work last night, there's a beauty to it that I didn't expect. Can you reshape me without killing me?"
Define not killing you.
Can you make me a dragon?
No. I can work your bones into many great shapes and things. There is magic and bones, human life. You are weak still. You might be too brittle and they would snap and break. But I could form you into all kinds of shapes, but a dragon you would not be. It would be easier to take your head off and put it in a jar somewhere. You could see and speak, think. I could turn your body into all kinds of shapes, maybe even put it back on. That's not really my area of expertise. But a dragon you would not be. You would be you, the new shape.
Well, if you have no information and you can't do something like this, I don't know, I think she just sort of shrugs and turns around.
Yeah. So, are we trying to go down the hallway, or?
I had a couple of questions if we could.
Okay. Yeah.
What is down that hallway? Why would we not want to go there?
That is my personal quarters. You don't want to go down there, because I might have to kill you.
Would you allow us to, as pointless as it may be, allow our caster to attempt to just break the chain?
You can cast your pitiful magics. They will do nothing. To the arrogance to think that you could cast magic on my materials.
And finally, I have had interactions with a woman. She is of the night, and I go on to describe...
Good for you, sonny boy.
I go on to describe like the visions that I've seen with all of that. Do you know who she is? Does she have a name that you'd be willing to share?
Well, you've said it yourself. She is the night, personified. Good to know she's still alive. I had her marked for dead.
Really? Well, be that as it may, you create these grand pieces of art. How are you with delicate work?
With delicate work? I can work anything, be it delicate or grand, be it tiny or big or strong or weak, anything.
Well, then be that as it may, I would like to see, would you be willing to reforge this? And I hold up the crossbow. It is yet not suited to what I do. I am more of the ability of a longbow. And as
such shoddy craftsmanship.
Hence why it needs to be reforged. So shoddy as it may be.
Can I do it? Of course. I don't want to. What do you give me?
I pull out my goat figurine. Something to be able to summon. Something to experiment with. You said that it is of no...
basic magics. Alright, here. If you all leave me alone, I will do this thing for you. Bring for me the ore from the Opal Cave. I will need it. This shoddy enchantment will not hold up to my forge. Return. I will make it for you. And then leave me alone.
Gladly.
Cool, I mean, at that point, I mean, we leave, right, guys? Unless somebody else says anything. We can try to cast the spell real quick, have it fail, and then leave.
Yeah, I'll just go to where... I mean, if he's okay with it, I'll just go to see where the chain connects to, hopefully a wall or something. Or is he okay with it?
He's not going to let you walk down that hallway, yeah.
Okay.
He'll give you kind of a growl or a grumble of warning, but it seems pretty clear that he is not interested in having you traipse down into his quarters.
Okay. I will tear off a little piece of parchment, write down my name and whatever my title is, hand it to him like, listen, you seem like a guy who's got a lot of good stories, all right? If you ever need a biography written, all right? Don't say no yet. Just think about it, all right?
Kindling, very thoughtful. And he takes your page and tosses it in the coals of the fire to begin restoking it.
You are a tough nut to crack, Dworkin, but I will get there. This is the start of a beautiful friendship.
The only other thing I had wanted to do is that you mentioned all the, like, I'm just going to call them mithril tools. You can tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. They're just, like, out? Are they, like...
They hang above his forge.
Could be, like, pilfered, I guess, is what I'm asking.
They are about as big as you are, and they hang above his forge as he works.
Is there anything for, like, delicate work that would be smaller?
No, it all seems to be the same size. Yeah.
All right, I won't bother then. But okay. I was looking. Seems.
I mean, you wouldn't be the first person to try to take one of his tools. That was the first thing someone else tried to.
Oh yeah, I mean it's obvious.
Yeah.
Braver than I.
If we have just a second before we move on to the next thing, I don't know if Tia, the amulet or a kind of thing that we got from the ashes of the tree, I wanted to examine it potentially, or just try to figure out if I know there's transmutation magic, but I kind of wanted to see if we could possibly understand what it does or something about it.
You can either cast a spell such as like identify or something of a kin, or as the 5e rules go, you can attune to the item over a short rest.
Okay. What does attune mean? Just like examine?
You're going to spend so there are in 5e things called attunement slots for magic items. You spend your time I don't even really understand it, like meditating with the item, and then it like attunes to your wavelength. And you can only attune to so many items at a time. It's their way of limiting magic items. But essentially it comes down to you can put it on and play with it, and 5e will let you learn about it. The downside is this process does not give you fair warning of cursed items, right?
Yeah, I'm not taking it out.
But you can put it on and spend your short rest attuning with it to understand its properties.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep it in the jar for now then.
Okay.
Do you want to goad Tia into trying to do that?
No, I don't think Duval is not trying to be an edgelord warlock, so he's not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Well, he'll think about it, but he'll think better of it.
Cool. There we go. Cool. So, I mean, cool. Sounds like we need to get out of here, right? We have overstayed. We can cast a spell now, like just on a length of chain, if you want to. Otherwise, we can. If you don't feel like it, we can just leave. No. Yes. No. Maybe so. Ari, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm down to just go then.
All right.
Cool.
And so you leave Dworkin's Forge.
Dragons and stuff.
Yeah.
You mentioned Tiamat is a name that might be real, but otherwise doesn't have any locational information for us. Okay. So make sure I have that all correct.
Unfortunate.
He has not left this mountain in eons, is essentially what he tells you. And your questions about the current state of the world are meaningless to him, as he has not seen.
Dragons might also have been in the same spot for millennia. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, it sounds of it, Dragon's Mount isn't an actual place for dragons. Because it's a volcano.
It's a volcano. Yeah.
So not worth it right now.
Both, but yeah, that's like that's a mission thing.
So start heading back.
I think this is just a let's go back with the information we've gained.
Yeah,
a lot of stuff. Okay.
All right.
What an utter waste of time, don't you think?
I felt this was extremely valuable. I know who the knight is now, for sure. I have confirmation that the knight is real, and I'm not just hallucinating.
Actually, I guess there is one thing I'd like to do, just because I've always wanted to do this, and Dworkin, has enough chain to be moving around at least a little bit, right? Do we know what the limits are on his?
It seems pretty generous. Like, it goes deep down into some corridor, and he seems to have pretty free reign of that entire, room that the tunnel from the outside leads into. He can easily reach his forge, the things on the wall, the gold stacked next to the kind of entrance.
And I'm not perfectly envisioning the space. I'm not sure if we can be near the doorway and still have line of sight to them, or if there's around a corner, or what's going on.
Here.
Don't worry about it too much. Just is that a thing or not? It's all I'm really asking.
So I'm not sure I can answer your question adequately without doodling, because I don't really understand it. But there's this big mountain, right?
Okay.
And so you're in this mountain. The tunnel leads in like this, right? There's a portal here, and then it leads into this great room. And then there's treasure over here, and then there's the forge here with all the weapons on the walls. and like there's this like big mural on the ground, and from this direction there's a tunnel leading in, and the chain goes in here, and like he seems to have pretty good access to all of this place with the chain.
Cool. I will press my luck. We're leaving, and once everyone has like left, I'm gonna turn around at the door, stick my head back in, get line of sight on our good friend here, and I've pulled out my disguise kit, and I'm not disguising myself, but it's got like makeup and stuff in it, so I'm like applying a little bit of lip paint, whatever you want to call that.
Lip paint, nice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not on a stick, right? Oh, not that map.
Sorry.
And I'll call out, like, Dworkin, you ain't shit. And I'll turn and leave. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cast Friendship.
You're gonna cast Friendship as you like try to insult
Friendship and then automatically like end it, basically. Because all I want is the rider effect of they hate you.
I'm trying to get this book deal, and you guys are just tanking it. I can't believe this.
What we want to do with Friendship is use it as a taunt ability.
I did not realize you were writing a tragedy.
He has many stories to tell.
You taunt him from the entranceway, and you end your friendship spell, which you'll realize as you cast friendship is in and around Dworkin's Forge. There's like a pressure in the air. Like your magic, it works, but it is like you're trying to force it through a narrow opening. It's almost as if like it's hard to cast the spell, and you cast your friends, and you end the spell.
All charisma checks directed at one creature of your choice. Which I don't know if that's like an intimidation or a persuasion. I'm gonna make them believe that. I don't know what check I'm going for.
You ain't shit, and then you end it. All right.
And yeah. Let's see. When the spell ends, the creature realizes that you use magic to influence its mood and becomes hostile towards you.
You cast your spell, and you end friends. As you say, you ain't shit. You hear this like echoing laugh from inside the forge, just like deep and hearty. Like he's actually thinks it's funny.
Can I make a check?
What check would you like to make?
A charisma check. I don't know what type. Let's go with the persuasion.
No, but I guess my question is less like what check are you rolling, and more like why.
What is the intent of it?
Yeah. What is the intent?
The intent is to evoke emotion in them. Like, yeah. I
think that you succeed in this, actually. Like you get rather than like anger, like they're not pissed. Like they laugh genuinely. Like there's actual, they find it incredibly funny, and they're like, this is good shit. Good on this dwarf, man. Like he really thinks he's gonna get me. Like there's like, they enjoyed the fact that you made this attempt, and like you get this like very mirthful laugh echoing out of the cave, and then like a neither are you.
I love that it wasn't the spell that impacted his mood. It was the casting of the spell at him that affected his mood.
Cool. Yeah, I just kind of like, cool, right? Like I'm just like, yeah, I respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also like that he called me. Wait, he didn't, but you did. The idea that he called me a dwarf man, which is funny to me.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. All right, that happens. That was a waste of time. Sorry, buddy.
We flee home.
Yeah. Good
richer
idea.
in spirit, if not actually, yes, richer in every respect.
I guess I have to ask from like a bookkeeping standpoint. we spent a night there. We didn't do all our
That is correct. Yeah, I kind of was letting that fly since you were in your adventuring. But you have adventured for a whole day, spent a whole night marching through the mountainside up to Dworkin's cave. I will allow you some magical respite from having listened to the Song of the Forge. It has arrested you enough that you do not take exhaustion. But I would like the bookkeeping part to be tracked. So you had good berries eaten throughout the day, so you do not need to forage for food. I do want to see us forage for water, though.
Okay.
So I want survival wisdom or whatever other foraging skills you might wish to apply on a DC 15 at disadvantage as you took a normal pace throughout your day. Oh, very close.
Who's got guidance?
Wait, actually, we do have guidance.
Do you have guidance?
Pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure our warlock buddy has guidance.
As a cantrip?
Oh, of course, because of the cantrip book. Yeah, that's funny. I don't even know how that would work, because it's like a whole day's worth of rolls.
Yeah. So all of you are unsuccessful in finding water. And so despite your respite with Dworkin and your food taken care of, you find yourselves exhausted and dehydrating. Your lack of water has caused you 2 levels of exhaustion as you start your day. And you are in grave need of fresh water as your water skins ran out some time ago. So, as you leave Dworkin's forge, it is probably late in the morning, as you didn't spend a ton of time with him other than the hours that he did his foraging. What is the plan for this day as you find yourselves exhausted and thirsty?
Run straight home.
Do we want to just, pray? I know we have a lot of loot, but, also, we have, 20 minutes left?
Yeah, we're going to want to wrap it up in about 20 minutes so that, Ari can get himself ready to go for his trip.
Yeah.
I see no reason to press our luck and just get killed while we're exhausted, you know?
Yeah.
We can just end it.
Okay.
Pray and do that.
All right. So as you find yourselves exhausted and facing a long trip home, you instead offer up a sacrifice of your experiences and your wealth to the lost god Suhui of the Forgotten Ways, keeper of the Logris. A strange bearded man with wild eyes cackles gleefully as he takes your valuables and he takes the essence of your experience away to do God knows what with it. The twisting paths and forgotten ways of the Logris, ever changing, ever sweeping in different strange directions, open and appear in front of you, and he points you down a path. You take it, and the 4 of you cross the Logris and find yourselves back at Farfield Keep. Excellent. Well done, everyone. A very fun session. Yes, what were you?
Since we had 20 minutes, I'd want to go to the Cabbage Man.
the cabbages! Okay. You seek out the Cabbage Man. It turns out he's not in Farfield Keep. It takes you some time as he dejectedly left Farfield Keep as his grandfather's golden coin was stolen and not returned by the adventurers that took it out last time. And his posts kept getting taken down by Flint Blacksteel. And he just assumed that he was never to clear his family's name. And he's on his cabbage farm, some miles outside of the city. But you track him down eventually with enough legwork.
Where we buy a cabbage and we just pay for it with one of these coins. And he looks up and sees us. That's the shot.
That could absolutely be the shot. Yeah. You buy a cabbage and he's just dour and down. He doesn't have that same bravado that he sold all those juicy cabbages with before in his cabbage truck. And you buy one excellent cabbage, and true to his word, he has the juiciest cabbages in all of the area. And as you hand over that gold coin, he almost doesn't notice it, and then
thanks for the tip. Wink. Then I wink and turn away and walk away.
And you just leave a stunned cabbage salesman, just like.
I'm like, what? You're not gonna tell him?
I said thanks for the tip. You'll leave it off in that cool climactic moment.
Excellent. You did it.
Cool.
All right. So I'm going to add up some XP and some gold for your characters here. Thank you for playing. If you have anything you want to shout out or tell the audience while I'm doing that, now would be the perfect time for it.
Shout out to Leova's crappy internet for allowing me to play with y'all tonight. I had a blast. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Very good.
I'm so glad we had 2 encounters where it was like, oh yeah, this is going to be terrible, and then we're just fine. It's great.
It's so funny, the design for this character I'm playing, right? Like, I was joking, but it was kind of true that I was very much the power level of just a first level character. And the reason that multi-class is in there is because I wanted that expertise intimidation. Yeah. I've seen it work so many times in past episodes. Like, you know what? That's the whole build. That's it. That's the only thing she's got going for her.
Also, do you have any first level spells? I didn't think you cast a single one.
I didn't. I took, let's see. I took some utility stuff because I was planning on not really being my combat special. I was planning on going like double daggers, and just like, no, this is not useful. I'm gonna use the firebolt. I have Featherfall in case we fell off a mountain, and Disguise Self.
Oh, well, cool.
So I could turn into a dragon, sort of ish.
Cool.
I did want there to be a thing where I'm like, I'm just gonna jump that gorge and just like Featherfall down to get there. But I was like, that's not useful right now. Yeah.
Cool. I would like to pay to have a sign put up that says such and such was right. It's like posted in the tap, or like have it on like a plaque on the tap.
It's actually on the job board for like Flint Blacksteel. It's like no, he was right the whole time.
He deserves that.
Good.
Did we get rid of the little amulet thing that we found?
No, we have not.
In the ashes. Oh, the guy that. I wasn't sure if when we prayed the guy takes that. I don't know.
No,
how that works.
we'll let's cross that bridge right now. Then.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, no worries. So I want each of you, after praying to return, to take home 455 experience points each, and 120 gold pieces each.
120.
Yes, and we have come across some items here. So. The first magic item that we came across was or at least the one I have written down as first, is the Dwarven Crossbow of +1. And it also came with some bolts. I don't know if you want to roll for those separately or to keep them as a package. There are 3 remaining runed bolts after 7 of them were used this session. Who would like to lay claim to the Dwarven Crossbow and or the bolts?
I would very, very much like to keep those if none of the rest of you have an issue with that.
Okay.
I think that's great.
Thank you so much, guys.
Looks like that will all go to Seam. Take a Dwarven Crossbow +1 and the 3 remaining runed bolts. The other thing that you found was a potion of flying. Would anyone like to take a potion of flying?
Did we?
Is that what the clear liquid was?
Yes.
I completely forgot about that. Wow.
I was gonna ask the dwarfkin, I was like, nah, he doesn't care.
Turn this water into something that I can swing it up.
I mean, Dragon Girl?
Yeah, I'll take a potion of flying. That sounds like my jam.
Anyone else would like to lay claim, or is it going to Tia here? All right. Looks like Tia takes a potion of flying, and
Beautiful.
the last thing will be the unidentified blood seed. Who would like to lay claim to said item?
Go for it, Ari.
Yeah, I think Duval was just gonna go around town, see if he can find a wizard that could identify it, but I think he's interested in what exactly this is and why, like, how did it come to be there. He thinks that's an interesting story, so he'd like to get to the bottom of it.
Alrighty, it is yours. It sounds like no one else is laying claim to it, so that is yours. Feel free to mark it down and adventure with it in the future. Thank you all for playing with me. I had a good time tonight. I am literally melting in my seat as we speak, so I am going to hurry off and go to bed.
I do have one shout out if there's time.
Sure.
We talked about game stuff instead. I do stream, but that's not important. What's important is that I also GM on SideQuest Live, twitch.tv/SideQuests Live. They're on Thursday nights, and it's really good. I'm doing little episodic weirdness stuff. We had a cool hag last time, and it was great. That's all.
Excellent. Check that out. And thanks for stopping by. I'm going to turn the stream off. Have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever. So I see you again, and we'll catch you all next time. Peace, everybody.
Night.
See ya.